Hello and welcome to Melbourne Airport. I'm your host Matt, and I'm also joined here with my editor Max.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Hope you're all well today.
So we're out here at the T4 car park. Actually, we do have a heavy aircraft coming in. We've got QF94 from Los Angeles, so we're going to get that one on camera. So that was the 7879 on the daily QF94 flight. One of the legacy routes here at Melbourne. So today we're going to start off trying a little bit of a different style of commentary and hosting the show. We're going to do a little bit of a minimalistic style of commentary, where essentially we're just going to be more or less discussing the routes and the flight information of the aircraft and see how that sort of goes. So here on the runway we have QF1758, which is going to Gold Coast. It is a 717-200. So we don't have too much going on here at the moment. It's definitely going to get busier. We have all runway 34 ops, don't we, Max?
Yeah, we do. All 3-4 today. There's supposed to be a bit of rain around today, but it seems to have cleared up and won't be coming till later, which is perfect for us this morning.
Which is definitely excellent. So we're looking forward to having a nice busy morning. Runway 27 surely won't be stealing too much from us.
Hopefully not.
And as we can see over here, as we pan the camera across, this is our new Qatari service, operated by a 777-300ER. And that now goes between Melbourne to Adelaide and then back to Melbourne before going back to Doha. So it's essentially tripled our Qatar flights, as we have 2 more arrivals during the day and also 2 more departures. And that should go a little bit later at about 11:30. So definitely something to look forward to. We're going to be streaming until at least midday. And I think that's when some of the cooler arrivals come in as well. We got the Cathay Pacific 777. We have the China Airlines A350, and Max's Scoot happened to be the special livery.
Let me have a look.
That would be definitely a nice catch.
We've also got the Atlas 744.
Oh, and we also have the Atlas 747-400, which is coming in at about 10 a.m. So definitely some exciting things to get here. I think the Emirates A380 has unfortunately landed already.
Yes, Scoot is not special.
And Scoot is not special. And Mark, this morning the temperature is, let me just check that for you, 14 degrees.
Doesn't feel like 14 though.
I know, it feels better than 14.
Yeah, it feels about 20. It's actually not too cold out here.
The wonderful thing is there's not much wind here at T4. It's blocking it out, so we don't have that wind chill factor. And Wazam, thank you for joining the stream. It was great to see you in Sydney. Definitely a good morning here in Melbourne. It should be nice and busy once the domestic narrow-body arrivals start coming in. Should be about 7, so within the next 10 minutes they should definitely start flooding in and making the place quite busy. Oh, and it looks like the Batik 737 MAX is also being delayed. So it's going to be arriving at 7:30 instead of its usual 6:30, so we'll be able to get that on stream as well. So it should be a very, very busy morning. So those who have just joined, I'm Matt, your host, and I'm also joined out here with Max, who does a lot of behind-the-scenes work for HD Melbourne Aviation.
G'day everyone again, hope you're all well today.
So we're going to be filming here from the T4 car park. The active runway today is going to be runway 34. So we're going to have the best view from here. We're going to get a lot of arrivals, we're going to get departures. We're essentially going to get everything, as I think it's meant to be single runway ops today. But here is our next takeoff. We have the Qantas 737-800 wearing that new livery. And this is operating as QF408 to Sydney. So it's about to embark on its 1-hour journey. Nice to get a bit of a morning glow. When Max and I were looking at the forecast yesterday, it was not looking that way.
No, it definitely wasn't. We're supposed to have some big storms this morning, apparently, some big thunderstorms. I looked up on the radar last night and it wasn't looking good, but we hoped, and we hoped well, I believe. It's looking really good now.
Definitely is looking good. Over here we have the Rec 737, which is pushed back and the tug is just detached. That should be going off very, very shortly. That's going to be operating at ZL18 to Sydney. So Sydney is the busiest route here in Melbourne. The Melbourne-Sydney run is a very lucrative market. Oh, also looks like, Max, we're getting a Qatar cargo towards the end of the stream at 12:57.
Oh, awesome.
So landing next, we have the Jetstar A320 from Darwin as JQ677, which is just on final approach now in some increasingly great light. And there was the Jetstar from Darwin. And Ali asks, are you going live in LAX anytime soon? Don't think so, but we are going to LAX only in a few months, Max, Sam and I. So we're going to be definitely looking forward to that. Going to also be visiting Phoenix and San Francisco. So it's going to happen around the middle of the northern summer season in January.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's a long time coming for this trip. We've all been planning it very heavily. We're all very excited, keen to go. It should be really good.
Most definitely. It's going to be a great trip.
Absolutely.
And next up on final approach, we just have the Qantas 717-200 from Canberra as QF1511. So that's just turned on to finals now, so we should be able to see it very, very shortly. But we also have another takeoff on runway 34 here, which is the Rex 737 ZL18 going to Sydney. Doing the milk run, as it's called.
The famous milk run.
You know, Max, I got to say I'm very optimistic about this morning. The sun is out. Nothing has gone runway 27 yet. It's so far a good day.
Always the best when nothing's using 27. It's always a good day here at Melbourne.
Oh, definitely. And our next departure here is a Qantas 737-800. And that's going to Sydney as QF 410.
Another milk run.
Another milk run. And Miss Wolves, definitely am chatting. Just keeping it, we're trying a little bit of a different style where we focus mostly on just the aircraft that's on screen and the routes and flight numbers, and just sort of seeing how that goes. A little bit of experimentation with how to host the stream to keep it a little bit different from everyone else. And here we have the Qantas 717 from Canberra, QF 1511. Very busy this morning. Look at that, we have our next takeoff here. The Rex Saab ZL 3513 going to Devonport in Tasmania. A very early rotation there. What do you think, Max?
Yeah, super early. Up and away, that one. Just getting on with it today.
In a rush to get to Tasmania.
Yeah, absolutely.
People want to start their holidays. And Red Hat Animations ask, what camera are you filming with? I'm filming with the Sony RX10 at the moment, which is a little bridge camera. Really does pack a punch though for its size. And it is the Mark IV. And next up we have a Jetstar A320-200 departure to the Gold Coast as a JQ432. And Mark asks, what's up with the Jetstar at the run-up bay? Was that one being tugged out at the start of the stream? Yes, it is. And that's just doing some engine runs over there, so probably will be tugged back as well a little bit later on in the stream. And we have Cargo Spotter in the chat as well. Welcome. Yes, the Brunei 787 is definitely a cool one. Arguably one of the more exclusive aircraft that we get here at Melbourne. If actually, probably the most.
Probably the most exclusive, yeah. It doesn't go very many other places around Australia, so, or around, like, you know, in the Australian Oceania area. So
even the world.
Yeah,
I think it only goes to London, Dubai, Hong Kong, Melbourne, and
wow, yeah.
maybe Singapore here and there, and a few of the...
lucky.
Yeah, very lucky. And David asks, what time does the Qantas 787 arrive from London Heathrow? So that arrives, what, late in the evening, I think, about 8:30, 8:40 in the evening.
Yeah, I believe so.
And that runs through Perth. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to catch that one on stream, as we're probably only going to stream until about 1 PM or so after that Qatar cargo does come in. And next up we have another takeoff from runway 34. This is a Virgin Australia 737-800. And this is going to be going to Sydney as VA 811. So we've got our next arrival, which is the Virgin Australia 737-800 VA1361 from Launceston, which is another port down south in Tasmania. And also taxiing up the runway there, we have the Qantas 737-800. And this one's going to be going out to Adelaide as QF673. And Nettie says, I miss those days when YMML was very busy, especially in the mornings. Now it's very empty. Certainly do miss those days as well, but it is getting a lot better. Have to admit, over the last month or so, it has gotten a lot busier. A lot of airlines have come back and the frequencies have increased as well. And also, a few airlines have switched time slots to come in the morning, like Japan Airlines, because that used to always land at night. So that is really, really cool to see. And Atrocious Desire says heavy rain coming soon. Well, we'll stick it out for as long as we can, provided that the wind is not at all westerly. We should be able to remain here and undercover without getting wet at all. And if that's the case, we'll continue to stream for as long as possible. We should be okay. I think the winds are supposed to be northeast for the day, but we'll see how that all goes. And Freddie, welcome to the stream. And this is the Virgin Australia 737-800 from Launceston. And we have Bruno joining in from Rhode Island. It's awesome to see you tuning in from the other side of the world. And great to see Bart in the chat as well. Our good friend Bart met in Amsterdam. Another wonderful streamer over there. So if you want to see some Amsterdam streams, go check out V1 Aviation. And next up we have another Virgin Australia 737-800 departure. And Max, where's that one going?
This one is VA729 off to the Gold Coast.
And JB Aviation's joined the chat. G'day mate, how you going? Good to see you here and watching what's going on in Melbourne. And over here we've got that Jetstar 787, which is doing some engine runs at the moment. So I'm assuming it's probably in for maintenance and they're seeing what's going on. So currently it is almost 7:20 in the morning. It's not too cold, not too warm. I think about 14 degrees. We've got some strong northerly winds at the moment, keeping everything going down runway 34, which is perfect for streaming because we get a lot more action. And we should get a lot more heavies coming in soon. But in the meantime, we have another Virgin Australia 737-800 takeoff.
This is VA309 off to Brisbane.
And Nettie asks, mentions that I said it would be possible for the Singapore A380s to return to Melbourne. I definitely do think that, and I also do think, yes, it would most likely be seasonal in the summer period. So hopefully that actually does come into fruition, especially since Sydney gets that year-round, daily as well. So I don't think it's a sort of a far cry guess to say that Melbourne would eventually end up getting it as well. And Max, where's this 717 coming in from?
This is QJE 1550 coming in from Hobart.
Is that wearing the special livery?
No.
No, it's not. It looked like it on the camera. And Otaku Aviators, welcome to Melbourne. Great to see you tuning in from the Netherlands. It's great to see everybody tuning in from all parts of the world. Absolutely brilliant. And Becky asks, how are you today? We're doing really, really well. Both Max and I, we got up nice and early to make the most of the morning rush, and so far it's definitely been worth it with just the single runway operations.
Absolutely, yeah. Using runway 34, that's exactly what we want. It's definitely been worth the 4:30 a.m. wake up for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And if you do want to keep up with when we are streaming here on HD Melbourne Aviation, do make sure to subscribe to the channel. The streams can sometimes be scheduled very sporadically. It really does depend on the weather. As for example, today we did see that this was the better day to do a stream at Melbourne, as it would be the most interesting. So very sporadic, and it's free to do. So if you do want to keep up with when we are streaming, do make sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got Sam Wilson joining from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That's just awesome. Hopefully the weather's good over there at the moment. I think it starts to take a bit of a turn there in October. Gets a bit cold.
Snow starts to drizzle down a little bit, I believe.
Snow starts to, well, that's a little bit later, but yes, it does get quite cold up there in Wisconsin. And then next up we have I believe it's a heavy arrival. Looks like a 787. Let's check flight radar and see what flight radar says. So it looks like it's the Air India 7878 from Delhi as AI308. Lots of 8s in that.
It really is.
I actually saw recently that Air India is increasing the daily for summer.
Really?
Yeah, Melbourne.
Oh wow.
Which is...
What are they now? 5 a week, 4 a week?
I think 5 a week.
Yeah, they're pretty frequent. But
So I remember back ages ago, like they were always talking about increasing to 5 weekly from 3, and it's like, and it just never happened.
Yeah.
And then now it's just increased so much. Every day it's going to be, so that's kind of cool.
that's awesome.
Maybe we can get the Star Alliance.
Maybe.
We got
Maybe if they're nice to us.
4 extra chances per week.
Yeah, that's it.
And Nabila, unfortunately, I'm not too sure how that works. I've never actually done it myself. I'm not too sure why it doesn't work on the iPhone. Maybe we'll just see what happens later. Maybe connecting to a laptop device or something might give you a...
I believe you have to do it through a laptop.
Well, Max just said he believes it's got to be done through a laptop. And here is that Air India 787. A great catch there. Always good to see a heavy, particularly a foreign airline as well, to keep things interesting. Sam says it's raining right now over there in Wisconsin. Yes, it's definitely known for its unpredictable weather. Especially this time of year as well, it always seems to go unpredictable in the worst sort of ways. And Citizen Tao says, great to see the stream. I've enjoyed your spotting compilation for years. Looking forward to when my home airport DFW gets a non-stop to Melbourne soon. Definitely looking forward to that. It's going to be pretty huge, and it's a huge win for Qantas as well, to be able to start that Melbourne to Dallas. They've been wanting to do that for quite a while.
And this one on runway 34 taking off now is VA677 off to Perth.
And looks like we have a Qantas 737 arrival, Max. Where's that one coming in from?
This is QFA 401 from Sydney. The milk run again.
And Brian Bruce gifted another 5 HD Melbourne Aviation memberships. Brian, really do appreciate that, mate. Like, your ongoing support has been absolutely phenomenal from last stream and now this stream. Truly appreciate that, mate. And we've got 5 new members here. We've got Northside Hawk, Gold Coast, Cam Hardwick, Grail Hunter, and Leo Azopardi. Welcome to the HD Melbourne Aviation membership program. If you look on the membership tab on the channel, you'll be able to see the perks and benefits you get for being part of the program. So great to have you here. And Brian, once again, thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that. So here's the Jetstar 787 that was doing the engine runs before, being tugged right back to the terminal. And Euro Aviation TV has joined. Great to see you there, guys. Some more wonderful streamers over there at Amsterdam. And looks like we have another arrival.
Yes, this is the Batik Air 737 MAX 8 on the final.
Oh, wonderful. And it's wearing a unique kind of livery, actually, by the looks of it. Looks like it's Malindo without the titles. So maybe it could be like in the process of being transformed into Batik. And Aviation Delta asks, which level of T4 are you at? We are at level 6 at the moment. We are trying to prepare for the worst with the weather, because that can always change quite quickly in Melbourne. So we'll get a shot of this coming in. This is OD177 coming in from Denpasar. It originated from Kuala Lumpur and uses Denpasar as a fuel stop. It looks like TriStar Darren's joined the chat as well. G'day, mate. Great to see you here this morning, joining both Max and I out at Melbourne. A great little catch there, and it looks like we've got 2 new channel members. We have Mark joining the Airbus A320 class. Welcome, Mark. Great to have you aboard there. And we also have Nico joining the A321 class as well. Guys, welcome. It's great to have you here, part of the channel, supporting what we do here at HD Melbourne Aviation, whether that be streaming internationally, making 4K plane spotting videos. We really do appreciate that. And departing off runway 34, at the moment we have a Qantas 717-200. And Max, where is that one going?
This one is off to Canberra as QF 1512.
Once again, really do appreciate it, guys. And looks like Jelma's here. Jelma Aviation from Amsterdam. Good day, mate. Great to see you on the stream as well. Had the pleasure of meeting Jelma when I was in Amsterdam last time. And over here we also have the Qantas 737 wearing the retro livery, which will be taking off on runway 34 very shortly, and we'll be heading to Brisbane as QF 604. And Nettie said 2 Jetstar 787s, SQ A350 and a Filipinian A330 all coming in the next few minutes. That's brilliant. Looks like Melbourne's definitely busy this morning.
Picking up for sure.
And also great that it's all runway 34.
Yes.
No chance of 27 stealing anything.
We're not getting robbed by runway 27.
Yep, we're not
yet.
Not just yet.
We'll cross our fingers.
But you know what? I have jinxed it now that I've said it.
Yeah, so have I.
So I'm sure it's gonna just
We've double jinxed it.
That's it. 27 is going to periodically open just for us.
Yeah.
And enjoy this Qantas 737 in the retro livery departing off to Brisbane. So Max, out of the 2 retro liveries that Qantas have on their 737s, which one's your favourite? Because that's the Retro Roo 2.
I reckon it definitely has to be that one that just took off. Both of them are very unique, but that one just, it has a bit of a sleeker style to it. The other one looks a little bit older with that sort of that gold line in the middle. But that retro livery that just took off, it is a beautiful livery.
Definitely have to agree, and I think it's closer to the original as well, because the problem with the Retro 1 is the underneath for the original livery was chrome.
Yes.
And they've just painted it grey, which understandably makes sense for the newer aircraft, but would be great if the belly was chrome as well. We've got David Rodriguez joining from California. Welcome to the stream. Great to have you here, seeing what's going on down here in Melbourne. And Nico says, couldn't ask for a better way to start my Friday morning. Definitely couldn't agree more. It's been great for both Max and I out here as well. We've definitely been enjoying just actually getting some traffic. Really good to see nothing going off the other runway. As we've said many times, it is a nice relief when it's just single runway ops here in Melbourne. And next up we have a Jetstar A320-200 departure off runway 34 going the full length. And it hasn't just popped up on flight radar just yet. So when it does, we'll...
Another milk run off to Sydney as JQ502.
So there we go, another milk run to Sydney, JQ502. a really good rotation point there. I'm sort of hoping the Qatar 777 that takes off to Adelaide at about 11:30 also does something similar where it takes the full length and rotates nice and early, because that'd be great to get from here with the background of the I guess it would be the Bulla mountains in the back, or Bulla sort of landscape.
Yes, correct.
And then coming in on arrival, we got the Qantas Link -8. It looks like a Q300. There it is.
Yes. This one is coming in from Albury as Qantas Link Flight 39.
That was quite cool to see. It landed on one wheel. Bit of a trick landing. And Bart, really do appreciate your modding this morning, mate. The bots have been relentless. Been an absolute superstar. Really appreciate that. And Rick joining in from a sunny Sacramento. That is awesome. It's always nice and sunny over there in California. You guys are very lucky. And Zug Gamer asks, hey, good videos. How often must you travel for the videos? Travel quite often, especially lately. I was just over in North America and Europe for about 5 weeks, just doing nothing but filming, really, just to keep the content sort of coming in. And love to do it as well. It really is a great experience going around different countries and catching the aircraft that are present at those airports. And next up we have a Rex 737 landing on runway 34, operating as ZL402 from Adelaide. And next up on departure we have a Virgin Australia 737-800. And this is operating as VA815 to Sydney. And Bowie Ted says half the domestic flights are to Sydney. You're certainly not wrong. It is the most popular destination for Melbourne flights, and one of the busiest routes in the world, actually. So just arriving there was the Rex Saab 340, and that was coming from Mildura ZL 3653. So Rex and QantasLink are the airlines that deal with the regional flights around Victoria here in Australia. So you'll see lots of Saab 340s coming from Albury, coming from Mildura, and even coming from Warrnambool. And I think maybe even Echuca. I think they might get a Rex flight. And Blick Fang says, "Hi guys, first time here. Looks and sounds great." Cheers for that, mate. Really do appreciate that. And over there in the background, we can see a Qantas 737 on departure to Sydney as well as QF 414. And next on final approach, we have the Air New Zealand A320 Neo. This is operating from Christchurch as NZ215. So with tourism to New Zealand really picking up, we've got quite a lot of capacity going into New Zealand at the moment, so it's great to see. It's almost back to pre-COVID. And could not agree more. The Melbourne to Sydney milk run flights are a similar amount between SFO and LAX. Definitely is very, very similar in frequencies there. And Harrison, I'm at the Terminal 4 car park, which is the budget terminal here at Melbourne. And this offers a great panoramic view of the southern side of the airport, which is where the action is happening today, as it is runway 34, so they're landing from the south. So you get a great view of the touchdowns and even get the whole takeoff roll as well. So here is that Air New Zealand A320 Neo. but you absolutely do need to make a trip down south. Australia is calling to you. And I think you would really enjoy your time down here. And if you do end up visiting, do make sure to let me know. I can definitely show you around. We can do some spotting. We can see what else there is to do around Melbourne. We can check out some of the city. I think it'd be great. I can even show you some of the off the beaten track spots here at Melbourne that only the locals will know about. And TriStar Darren has gifted 5 HD Melbourne Aviation memberships. Really do appreciate that, mate. Your support and ongoing support really is just absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. And we've got 5 lucky new members. We have Bart, we've got Ben777, we've got Stu, we've got Anmol, and we also have Jennifer. Welcome to the HD Melbourne Aviation membership. So you'll have access to very exclusive perks, which you can see on the membership tab. Still in the process of setting up some of the things, as I have been sick over the last week since going to Sydney, and haven't quite recovered 100% just yet, but figured the weather and the runway usage was too good this morning that I couldn't pass it up and had to head out. So I was aiming Tuesday to put some stuff together, particularly for the membership thing, but just have not been 100%. There's another Qantas 737 arrival here on runway 34. And that 737 has arrived from Adelaide as QF670. But once again, TriStar Darren, really do appreciate your support. Truly means a lot, and also keeps things going, keeps the streams happening, and hopefully we'll take the streams internationally again with Sam. This time I'm going to focus on doing some streams on HD Melbourne Aviation as well as Sam's channel, Aviation Videography. Unfortunately, Sam has been working non-stop since getting back. That's how he did get the time off to go to Europe to do the streams. So he's been working some crazy hours, been very fatigued, and now he's going away again on a holiday with his family. So streams on Aviation Videography are still definitely coming. We just got to find the perfect time just to get Sam back out here, get away from the office, and when he comes back we'll definitely be doing some streams together on here and also on his channel as well. And Phantom Plane says, I can only stay on for 30 minutes today, have other things to do. That's alright, mate. It's great to have you tuning in and joining us here in Melbourne again. And no pressure, obviously, just come and go as you please. See what's going on, and if you're busy, like, totally understand. And next up we have a Qantas 737-800 departure on runway 34, and I will bring up flight radar just as it departs. So we're going to have 2 back-to-back heavies very shortly, the Philippine Airlines A330 and then the Jetstar 787. So that's going to be great to see. They're just turning onto short finals at the moment. That Qantas 737 was QF769 going to Perth. And then landing now we have JQ501 from Sydney. So that Jetstar A320-200. So there it comes, just flying over the other Jetstar A320 actually, a bit of double trouble there. So for those who are enjoying the live stream, do make sure to give it a like. And if you want to see more, the live stream schedule is very, very sporadic. It really just does depend on the runway usage and weather. As I wasn't really planning on streaming today until I saw last night that it was going to be nice and 3-4-ish. The rain that was forecasted was a bit of a deterrent, but woke up and there was no rain, so definitely decided to head out. So it's very, very sporadic when I do actually live stream. So if you do want to be up to date with that and tune into each live stream, make sure to hit that subscribe button. It's free, and turn that bell notification on. By doing that, you'll be notified when I do go live or when I schedule a live stream. That way you won't miss out on anything. And Nettie, you are 100% correct. There is a band of Asian arrivals coming in over the next 30 minutes. We've got the busy peak period here in Melbourne, the early morning rush. So first up, actually, we have the Philippine Airlines A330-300 from Manila as PR209. This flight has been subbed in and out of different aircraft over the last few weeks with A350s, 777s, and now A330s. So I do hope you enjoy this nice arrival. Wonderful arrival there. And the Peacock A380 says, hey Matt, is this the first time you've done a live stream? I'm a big fan of your 4K videos, they're wicked. Thank you very much, really do appreciate that. And this is my third live stream so far, but do plan to make them as regular as possible. Glad you're enjoying the 4K videos. Over there on approach, we have the Jetstar 787 from Denpasar, JQ36, which is a very, very popular and full flight at the moment. And Chris says, really been an honor being here. I've been watching you for 5 years, since I was 12 technically, and to be here, mate, gets me emotional. Thank you so much, guys. Really do appreciate that, Chris. It means the absolute world to me, honestly. I'm so glad to bring you the 4K videos, and it's so awesome to get feedback like that, Chris. Really do appreciate it, mate. And I'm glad that you're here and enjoying the stream. Hopefully that fixes the audio problem. I think I had the Lavatar mic a little bit too far away. It's connected to my jacket at the moment. I think it just sort of moved a little bit too much. And Chris, you're absolutely right. I tend not to speak when the arrivals are happening or there's any sort of action, because I do want to pick up some of the noise. As we know as aviation fans, the sound is one of the best parts. And over there we have that Jetstar, which is taxiing over to the international terminal. So as you can see there, we have the Thai A350 that's parked up as well, which will go a little bit later at about 11 a.m. So that's going to be departing in 3 hours time, as it is just about to turn to 8. And we also have the Philippine Airlines that just landed, already parked up as well. And Nabila D gifted 5 HD Melbourne Aviation memberships. Nabila, thank you so much for your amazing support. I really do appreciate that. And we got 5 new wonderful members. We've got JB Aviation, James Kelly, Chris, Blick Fang, and AL. Welcome to the HD Melbourne Aviation membership program. It's great to have you aboard, and check the membership tab on the channel to see what your perks are. Some of them aren't quite set into motion just yet, as I have been sick over the last week, but do plan to take care of that over the next couple of days. Really do appreciate that, Nabila. Once again, like, your support is absolutely tremendous. Really has made my morning. Thank you everybody as well for your support. We've got Brian, TriStar Darren, everybody who's tuning into the chat and enjoying the Melbourne stream and what Melbourne has to offer. Just, yeah, it's been a great morning. Thank you everyone. And on screen now we have that new Jetstar A321neo. So that's just pushed back now and will most likely depart off to Gold Coast, I think. Yep, Gold Coast is JQ434. So we'll be able to get that on stream. I kind of do hope it does a full length departure, so we're able to get a great rotation shot. But I will also really settle for anything that's 3-4. I'm not too fussy. And Kyle says, hey, how's Melbourne spotting going? Actually, it's going really well this morning, Kyle. We have single runway ops. We just have runway 34 in use, which means there's no runway 27 thief stealing all the good planes. And Chris says, Singapore A350 currently in a holding pattern above Bendigo. It is too. Must be some dense traffic. And it does appear that way. It does appear that there is quite a lot of arrivals coming in, so they're probably trying to like sequence it well. We also have a few more heavies a little bit further out as well. We've got the Malaysia Airlines A330 from Kuala Lumpur. You have the Vietnam Airlines A350-900 from Ho Chi Minh City, or Saigon, as some people call it, which is actually Max's favorite plane, the Vietnam A350. So when he does get back from his little coffee run, we'll make sure to let him know that that's coming in for him. And next to arrive, we have the Jetstar A320. It's wearing the sharklets as well, which I think looks really good. And this is arriving from Sydney is JQ503. And great to see the sun pop out a little bit there, giving us some nice contrast on that arrival, and also a little bit of nice contrast on the A321neo. So this is still a very new plane, so it is quite popular to see here at Melbourne so far. Still have a bunch of spotters who will flock out for the midday arrival and morning departure. And TriStar Darren, you're right. Dark green, very rare color on a plane. We love the Vietnam Airlines livery. It's really, really unique, and as you said, quite rare to see on a plane. And particularly in the sunlight as well, it looks absolutely phenomenal. Easily one of my favorite airlines that serve Melbourne. And Denzel wishes us fun plane spotting. Thank you very much, Denzel. It's been great so far, and if the current conditions persist, I think it's going to be a very, very fun morning. And Chris says, any plans for LA? Would love to meet you guys. I'd probably get emotional. Chris, actually, yes. I'll be traveling up to LA in January with Sam and Max. Max is, does a lot of behind the scenes work at HD Melbourne Aviation. Helps me out quite a lot, and Sam is behind aviation videography, so we're all going to be traveling up together to LA in January of next year. So we're all very much looking forward to that, and if you follow my Instagram, you'll be able to keep up with what I'm doing on my story, where I am, and I'm always down to chat and say hello. And so if you see me at LA, it'd probably be an In-N-Out, knowing me, because I love In-N-Out. Be great to meet you. And thanks for tuning in, Stephanie. Hope the gymnastics goes well, and thanks for watching what's going on here in Melbourne. It's been great having you here. And coming in on arrival, we have the QantasLink -8 Q300. So that arrived from Mildura's QantasLink 77. So really, really good to see there. And now we have the Jetstar A321neo departing off to Gold Coast. And Heathrow Aviation, the tripod that I use is the Satchler Ace M1000. It's a great tripod system. Been very, very reliable over the last 4 years that I've been using it, and would highly recommend it. And it's not a budget breaker either. It's in the prosumer range, so it's not ridiculously expensive, which is very handy. Have to say it's a nice new livery on that Jetstar A321neo. I do like the additional orange. What do you think, Max?
Yeah, it's definitely a better upgrade. I really like the new livery compared to the old one. They've added a nice little touch with those orange lines on it, so it's definitely a good feature for Jetstar.
Could not agree more there. Especially at sunrise, the livery really does pop. So Max is back from the coffee run. And Sydney Sky says, good morning from a new subscriber in Sydney. Nice views. Welcome aboard. Really do appreciate that. Hope you're not too bored, as Melbourne is not quite as busy as Sydney is, that's for sure. But nonetheless, we still do get a few things throughout the morning. And here is the Virgin Australia 737-800. And in just a moment, I'll find out where that came from. And that 737 arrived from Adelaide as VA204. And Blick Fang, the camera that I use is the Sony RX10 Mark IV. A very, very solid camera, quality, and just in general, just a really, really good camera. Now we can see over there on runway 34 we have another Qantas 737 takeoff to Sydney. Doing another
milk run this morning.
Lots of milk runs, and they're all coming on 3-4, so we really see the full weight of the milk run.
We get every single milk run this morning. It's crazy when you're out here spotting and you see just how many there are. I think there's a departure for Qantas at least for every half an hour on a weekday, which is incredible. They must have just so much demand for people getting to Sydney. It's awesome to see. They
must. Well, as we know, Max and I flew up to Sydney at the start of the week for a bit of spotting, bit of filming. We were going to stream, but unfortunately I did get unwell, so I wasn't able to pull that off. But the flights were pretty full, like for the entire day on Monday. So we got the late night flight back and landing here on runway 34 is another Jetstar A320. And Max, where's this one coming from?
This one is coming from Perth, JQ971.
And the Peacock A380 says your vision is as fluid as ever. I love it. No crazy zooming in and out, unlike some other AV channels. Really do appreciate that. Everyone does have their own style. I do prefer the fixed zoom just to keep it all nice and smooth, but really do like that you enjoy the style that I do. Really appreciate your support, mate. And we have Heathrow Aviation asking, what makes your tripod so special? Does it have a stabilizer? No stabilizer on it, just a lot of practice, and it's a very it's just a very, very smooth tripod, the Satchler. It's a true fluid head, so both the pan and the tilt is fluid, so you can it almost feels like, you know, you're filming like on a cloud when you're using it. It is very, very smooth. It's really fun. It can take a bit of getting used to as well, just the whole dynamics of it, because it's got a bit of a drag system as well. And switching from my other tripod, it did take quite a few months to really figure out how it worked and get my muscle memory to adjust to the new tripod. And Stephanie, yes, it is morning here. It's 8:12 a.m. and it's also Friday morning. So those in the US would be Thursday night at the moment.
Yes.
And ZMP says, hey Matt, is it possible to go to Auckland for spotting before you go to Europe? Actually, I am planning to go to Auckland in December, depending on flights, as I know they are very, very full around the Christmas period, but hopefully I can go there for a couple of days to do some filming, as I'd love to do a little bit of an update on Auckland.
So this one arriving here on runway 34 is actually an international 737 Qantas arrival, QF46, coming in from Denpasar. Some beautiful lighting there, reflecting off that 737.
It's running a bit late. Usually the Denpasar flight comes a lot earlier, I thought.
Yeah, it's an hour late.
Makes sense. And Chucky Bar asks, what lens are you using? I'm just using the built-in lens of the RX10, which is a 25 to 600 millimeter lens. So nothing, and this camera is a bridge camera, so you can't actually change the lens on it. It's sort of fixed, and that's all you can really do. I think you can add a tele converter onto it, but it's not It's not like the high quality that you can get on some of the DSLRs where you put it in between the camera and the lens. And Dave Greening says, just found your channel and subbed. My sister lives in Melbourne and I live in Manchester, UK. Dave, really appreciate that, mate. And hope everything's all good over there in Manchester. The weather's taking a turn for the worst, but Manchester Airport itself looks really, really busy at the moment compared to when I was last there. So very lucky, and you get some really cool stuff over in Manchester. Have to admit, quite jealous. And Chris says HD Melbourne Aviation has a stabilizer built in his hands. It all takes practice and you will get stable and get the videos to your liking with time. Absolutely agree. It is all practice. And like at this point, I've been filming for so long now. It just look, when I first started it, I wasn't quite smooth either. It really does take practice. And there's a huge difference between my raw a couple of years ago versus my raw footage now. As you can see on the stream, this is unedited. This is just pretty much straight off the camera now. So it does come out well. And also a camera with some solid built-in stabilization as well can really help the camera work too on the raw side of things. And we have another Qantas 737-800 Max, and where's this one from?
This is another international arrival coming in from Auckland. This one is spot on time, scheduled arrival of 8:15, and it is on the dot 8:15.
And Sydney Sky says, oh, I haven't seen Royal Brunei in years. Are they regular down there? They are indeed. They are flying, I think, 5 times a week at the moment with the 787s. Landing super early in the morning at about 4 a.m. and departing, I think, what is it, late at, no, it's like 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's sometime between, I believe it's about 3 p.m, yeah.
Yeah, they usually hang around for about 12 hours or so. But definitely regular, and I think it's increasing back to daily over the summertime. It is, actually, I did think that they flew some 787s earlier in the year to Sydney, but it's not a regular thing at all.
It's definitely not fun coming out at 4 a.m. for that arrival. I've done it once, and I will tell you now, it is not worth it. You cannot see a thing when you come out to spot Brunei at about 4 a.m.
No, sir. And we've got redundant stuff saying, here comes that characteristic Melbourne weather coming in. Oh boy, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, we're very used to it here. 4 seasons in a day is our motto. You can never predict Melbourne weather.
And Bart saying, just to add some salt to the wound, as we say it here in Amsterdam, we just had the PH MPS in tonight from Miami. Oh, really? MPS? Yeah, we love that plane. As Bart knows, I've been trying to catch MPS in good lighting and get a really good shot for years now. And every time I go to Amsterdam, it seems to always be broken. And it's really, the luck on that plane I have is unreal. Like, it really is cursed for me. So thanks, Bart. Really do appreciate that. I'm so glad that you let me know that. Really, really appreciate that so much. And next up, we have a Qantas A330. And where's that?
This one is QF405 coming in from Sydney. It's the wide body milk run.
Heathrow Aviation asks, what does max zoom look like on your camera? I'll show you now on just this Brunei. So this is about 200 millimeters, and then 600 goes all the way to there. So you've got a pretty good range. I mean, you can get a full frame of a narrow body, and that runway is not exactly the closest thing in the world to us at the moment. I'd say it's at least 800 meters away. So it does go quite well. The zoom range on this is very, very versatile. Once again, the Peacock A380, really do appreciate your support. And yes, Blick Fang, there is a nice little queue of arrivals coming in. We have a heavy, second in line for arrival. We have SQ227, Singapore A350-900. Quite a common sight here in Melbourne, but welcome nonetheless. And we also have a Rex Saab coming in on final approach now, operating at ZL3752 from Mount Gambier. Over there in the distance, we have that Singapore A350 on final approach. It's now flying over the western suburbs at the moment, Keilor, and it'll be landing in just a minute. Some really cool clouds in the background there, Max.
Yeah, it's some nice little overcast clouds. They give some beautiful contrast when spotting out here. It's always the case with Melbourne.
If you don't have sun, you kind of hope for the Columbus clouds.
That's it. It's either sun or the contrast clouds.
And looks like we have a heavy takeoff at Qantas A330-200.
This one is QF151 off to Auckland.
Right, it's taking the short run as well.
Must not be full today with travellers. Must be pretty light if it's going off the short run.
And looks like we have an Air New Zealand A320neo, another one from Wellington, landing on runway 34.
This is NZ253.
And the sun's coming out as well, Max.
I think it's going to be very on and off today with the sun coming out and then the clouds covering it up. It's usually the Melbourne way.
Good to see the amount of international flights are increasing pretty steadily. Like, we've had a nice stream of them this morning between New Zealand and a lot of the stuff from Asia as well. There we can see the two international arrivals that just came in, taxiing in sync over there. There's two A350s as well. We've got the Singapore and we have the Thai. And Bart, really do appreciate that, mate. Says if you haven't already, hit that like button. It helps Matt's stream to be notified by much more like-minded aviation enthusiasts. Really do appreciate that, and absolutely, that is how the YouTube algorithm sort of works. The more likes it gets, the more people it gets pushed out to. So if you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, do make sure to give it a like, as it will help other aviation enthusiasts discover the stream and maybe enjoy what Melbourne has to offer. And Chris asks, would you mention in your Instagram where you would be at LAX in January? Yes, generally I put up a story of what spot I'm at, whether it's in and out or whether it's eco car park. I'll always generally keep that sort of updated. And then in the background there we have Virgin Australia 737 that just landed from Hobart as VA 1313. And if you are enjoying the stream and you want to see more, do make sure to hit that subscribe button. I have a very sporadic schedule for Melbourne streams, as I just try and base it on the weather and the runway usage. Certain runways are going to provide a better stream than others, as we've seen this morning, it's been far busier than the stream I did the other week, and that's more or less because runway 34 is the only runway active, and I'm only going to know that about 1 or 2 days in advance. So if you want to see more, do make sure to hit that subscribe button, hit the bell notification button, so you'll be notified when I do schedule a stream.
Usually sometimes you have no idea until the morning of. You can wake up and about 5 a.m. and you think the night before that they're going to use 3.4, and then suddenly they're using everything on 2.7, and sometimes even just flipped around 1.6. It's impossible to tell at Melbourne. You can never get a good prediction.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, that was a bit this morning. We saw the runway was right, but we didn't know about the rain.
Yes.
It was saying it was going to be 40 millimeters of rainfall this morning, which is huge.
0.
And now it's 0 when we've woken up.
Yep.
And Max got up at about 4:30 and checked it.
Yeah.
Because he lives a bit further away from the airport than I do, so he had a bit of an earlier start. And looks like we've got a heavy on approach there, Max. This is very unlike Melbourne. Another Jetstar 787 from Singapore. Jetstar 8. 45 minutes late.
Must be something going on. Maybe a storm or something over in the Asian countries. There was all the Denpasar arrivals have been late.
I think the
Singapore flight is late as well.
yeah, maybe some bad weather. But yeah, Jetstar's 787 network has been a bit restricted, I think, with some planes that haven't been active or have been broken. So I think they got delays around the board, but that's pretty good actually. 45 minutes, that's not unreasonable. And see, it took off from Singapore about an hour and a half late, so it made up some decent time.
Must have had
Yeah, a bit of tailwind on it.
tailwind pushing it along.
And Max, we have your favorite plane coming up a little bit later. In about 25 minutes, the Vietnam Airlines A350.
I picked the right time to do the coffee run. Vietnam 350 coming in.
That's right. And we're going to get that taking off as well. Leaves at about 11:30.
Oh, beautiful.
So we'll still be streaming by then.
Absolutely.
Oh boy, Sydney Sky says, I think we had about 90 millimeters yesterday in Sydney. Hope you don't cop the same. Yeah, that's a lot. That's huge.
Yeah,
Wow.
Definitely. I think we picked the right days on Sunday and Monday to go up to Sydney.
Yeah, the sun was out. It was nice.
Sun was out. There's barely any clouds. It was beautiful.
Yeah, for some of those times, yeah. Like, I mean, the second morning that we were there, it was pristine. There was literally no clouds in the sky.
Those cold ocean winds, though.
Oh yes, the ocean breeze. Yeah, that wasn't as nice. And Max forgot to pack a jumper too, which was quite funny.
Yes.
So here's Jetstar 8 landing from Singapore. Oh, but absolutely, the climate down here in Australia is very similar to the Netherlands. In fact, I think the Netherlands might actually be a little bit more unpredictable. Oh, that place, it would be sunny one minute, rainy the next, just like we're used to down here.
You had the same issue in Zurich as well, didn't you?
Yes, Zurich. That was good fun. constant wind changes, constant runway changes. The rain would just happen out of nowhere, and then the sun would come straight back out. And Max, we got a Jetstar 320 takeoff on 3-4.
One is JQ845 off to Hamilton Island.
There's a different destination. This one's
Definitely going to be more sunny there than what it is here, for sure.
Oh, you'd hope so.
A bit warmer weather as well.
And Nabila says, I hope I see Sam these days on your streams. Yeah, that would be definitely great. Sam lately has been working like crazy. He has to do that. That's how he did get his time off to do Europe. So he's been working pretty much every day since I think he's gotten back. And
hard to find a time to catch up with him. He's always out working.
Yep, always working, trying to make up for that. And I think he's also going away for a holiday as well today
Off,
so
Malaysian Airlines.
Yep, Malaysian Airlines. So I think when he gets back, we're going to be doing a lot more streams. All three of us are actually going to go up to Sydney in about 2 weeks time to do some streams on aviation videography and also HD. So that should be good fun.
I got a bit of a message from Sam recently saying that he finishes work soonish, so he might head up and say g'day. So we might see aviation videography up here on the HD Melbourne Aviation stream, which would be pretty cool.
The man himself. And Cam asks, how's the weather there? Weather's pretty good at the moment. As we can see, quite cloudy. Has a temperature increased, Max? Because it was 14 this morning.
It's got up to 15.
Right, so it's 15 degrees Celsius. So still a little bit on the chilly side, but definitely a lot better than some of the winter mornings that Sam and I were doing a few months ago, where it was about 2-3 degrees.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not fun coming out to the airport, especially when you're surrounded by a whole bunch of fields and everything. It is freezing in winter over in Melbourne, especially at the airport for sure.
Definitely. And Will said, joining from Adelaide. Hello and welcome to the Melbourne stream. And nope, no ViaJet here in Melbourne. I think they were talking about doing Avalon at one point before the pandemic, but that's all changed now. And we just have the Vietnam Airlines and the Bamboo that serve Melbourne from both Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi. I think Bamboo is the first airline that is taking advantage of the Melbourne to Hanoi route, which is quite cool to see. And landing on runway 34, we have the Virgin Australia 737-800.
This one is VA808 coming in from Sydney.
Wonderful. And Cam says he's 3 hours away from us in Warrnambool, and it's been raining, so that's coming our way, I think. That's the weather that we're seeing on the radar.
Yes, that radar's not looking friendly for this afternoon.
Not quite.
I think
but
hopefully it stays away till around 1 p.m. when that Qatar goes, and I think after this it's going to be a bit of a quiet one with the rain hits us, because it looks like a lot of it.
Well, it really does depend. I think the wind is actually north-northeast. So if that's the case, the rain won't hit us. So we can still stream.
Hopefully. Well, we'll see how we go. I'll have a look at the radar now.
From what I can tell...
I know the rain was coming from Adelaide. That was the rain that was hitting us.
Yeah, but I mean, like, because we're undercover.
Yeah.
As long as it's not northwest, because then they'll be right in our face.
Yes,
so as long as it's north-northeast,
as long as it doesn't hit us, then we should be good.
Then we should be good. Worst case, we can always move the gear back.
Yeah, that's it. It's a pretty good view if you stand a few feet back as well. So So this one on your screen now is QF605 coming in from Brisbane. It's a Boeing 737-800. And V1 Aviation says, I have a challenge for you. Let's see if we can track Vietnam flight V781 and make it to the top 10 most tracked flights on Flight Radar 24. That is a great idea. I will contribute on my phone as well. And let's see, everyone, grab out your phones or laptops or whatever, and let's try and make that flight. Vietnam Airlines 781, landing in Melbourne in 20 minutes. Try and make that one of the most tracked flights on Flight Radar.
And we dedicate that to Max, as
Yes.
it is his favorite airline and favorite plane.
As so a lot of people will seem to believe.
And K-pop Vibes asks, has JAL taken off yet? No, it hasn't actually. And one thing I have found is JAL tends to run a little bit late, taking off 9 times out of 10. So we should hopefully see that very, very soon. Actually, speaking of takeoffs, we should start seeing a bit of the morning rush start to go out. Starts off with Japan Airlines, then Batik will go as well, followed by Philippines and Air India. And then the later stuff will start going out as well.
Yeah, so around 10:30 as well, Singapore Airlines A350 will depart, and then at around 11, Thai Airways A350 will also depart.
Then we have the Vietnam A350
Yes.
and Qatar that will go at 11:30.
Really weird, Flight Radar is saying that all the Air New Zealand flights are ATRs. Which is definitely not the case.
No, they cannot do that,
It's
as that is a long flight.
a long flight for an ATR.
And Rami asks, any A380 to watch today? Unfortunately not. The A380 landed quite early today at about 6:10.
Yeah, we're not out for that. Still setting up.
Yeah, we're still unfortunately setting up for that. We were having some internet and actually some issues with OBS. So it held us back by 20 extra minutes. We were hoping to start at 6:30, but we didn't really miss out on too much during that period.
No.
I think there was, only the Japan Airlines that landed during that time. So it wasn't.
Much all we missed. But instead of the A380, I think it's gone off radar, but I believe we have an Atlas 747-400 coming in. Yes, it has gone off radar, but it's due to land in an hour. It's awesome to see the 747-400 at Melbourne.
I keep forgetting that's coming.
Yeah, so do I. I'm hoping it's real because it has gone off radar, even though it's only a couple hours away, an hour away.
Look towards Sydney.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Or it's coming quite low towards like New Zealand. And Ali asks, when did you say you're going to LAX? So we're going to be going there at the end of January and the very start of February. And we're going to be there for about, I think, 7 days or so, 6 days. So we're going to do lots of filming, lots of spotting, a little bit of sightseeing and stuff as well, as Max hasn't been there for quite a while. But there will definitely be lots of spotting. You can't go to LAX and not spot.
That's it. And this one on your screen is QF409 coming in from Sydney. It's another Boeing 737-800 for Qantas and another milk run.
And we have Todd joining in from Nashville, Tennessee. Glad to hear that you're enjoying the interaction that we do on our streams. We love getting involved in the chat and talking to our viewers, and it is all great fun. Great to see you tuning in from Nashville. And Tennessee is one of my favorite states over there in the US.
It's got to be one of mine as well. I've never been, but I've heard more than good things about it from Matt.
And Rami says a 747-400 in 1 hour. Did I hear that right? Yes, you did. I know it is surprising, but it's going to be an Atlas Air from Honolulu, operating as QF7554. But in the meantime, this is the Virgin Australia 737-800.
And yet another milk run. This one is VA823 off to Sydney.
So we have a Rex 737 coming in.
Another milk run from Sydney, ZL9. Only 8:45 here. We've had about, what, maybe 20, 30 milk runs?
The last 10 minutes.
Yeah, in the last 10 minutes, that's right.
And there we have one of the Qantas 787s, which is pushed back and going to be moved to one of the hard stands, as it's most likely going to depart a little bit later as QF9 to Perth and London. Alright, let's follow this Vietnam A350.
Matt and I both have it on our phones. We are tracking at the moment.
It's not far out now, it's only 10 minutes away. I know Max is very excited to see it.
As always.
And we also have another departure off runway 34, a Qantas 717-200.
And this one is QF1551 off to Hobart.
You know what that felt like, Max?
What did that feel like?
A northwest wind.
Yes, that did feel like a northwest wind. That came straight for us. That is the opposite of what we want to hear right now, what we want to feel.
Now, I don't feel particularly safe at the moment now. I was feeling pretty good a couple minutes ago, and now I'm questioning everything. Oh, that's coming more westerly.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no. Hopefully that rain misses us, so it won't matter, but
we shall see. And next up we have a Qantas 737-800, which is departing now off runway 34.
And this one is QF702 off to Cairns.
It's the first time we've heard Cairns this morning. That's nice.
And yes, that Atlas Air 747-400 is back on radar, and it's just a little bit out from Sydney, so it should be landing in about an hour or so. And yes, that Vietnam Airlines VN781 landing in from Ho Chi Minh City is about 8 minutes away. That's what my phone is saying. So make sure you're tracking that. We are very excited for that. I know Matt is very excited for the Vietnam A350.
And looks like we have a 3-4 arrival.
Yes, and this one is another milk run, VA810 coming in from Sydney. And the Peacock A380 says VN781 is now over Clarkfield. She's not far away now, boys. 5 minutes approximately till touchdown. Yes, it is on its way. We're both very excited for that one. It's awesome to see here at Melbourne.
Yes, Max more so than me. It is his favourite aircraft.
Of course.
And TriStar Darren, it really does depend. Sometimes they send A350s to Frankfurt. But at the moment, I think they are sending the 787s. But I'm sure that will switch. Melbourne sometimes switches up as well. We get A350s and sometimes we get 787s. So I think it does sometimes depend on the season as well. I think Europe is most likely get 350s, which is the flagship of Vietnam Airlines, in the summertime. I think Amsterdam as well was getting A350s for a little bit during the pandemic, and I think Bart can back me up on that one. And we have another runway 34 arrival. It's the Qantas 717.
This is QF1513 coming in from Canberra.
Just while that's far away, I'm going to stand back a little bit and see at what point the wind doesn't affect us.
Yeah, this wind is getting a little bit concerning. Very westerly wind, and it's not too much of a problem unless that rain hits us. And if we have westerly winds and the rain mixed together, it is definitely a problem. That is going to be hitting us right on the head.
So if I move the car back, we can set up a little bit further back and we should be safe. And we have this, like, the same window of view. So we should be okay. We should be able to continue going to at least 1 o'clock when Melbourne Airport gets really quiet.
That's it, yeah. Definitely want that Qatar 777 on stream for sure.
The freighter?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll push through as best as we can.
I'm looking at the radar now, and it may just... we might get the edge of it. We're not going to be dead in the center, but looks like we might get the edge.
Well, that looks like the rain right there.
Yes, it does look like the rain right there.
And
the clouds are moving a little bit more south now, so we're hoping that we just get that edge.
is that a separate patch there? Because that does look nasty.
Yeah, it could be a separate patch.
I guess we'll see how the morning progresses. But we can move back a little bit because there's obviously the support beams here at the car park. I'll actually show you on camera because I can. So you got the support beams here, and if you stand back, you have to work in the middle of these support beams so that you can still get the same window of view of the runway. So we're right at the edge here, so we can see the most, but we can still get the touchdowns and the approach and the takeoffs with some clever working of the angles.
That's it. Yeah, that rain over there, having a look at it now, just behind the towers, it is looking very nasty.
I'll get a plastic bag to put over the power socket as well. So here,
another arrival on runway 34. This is JQ505 coming in from Sydney.
You know, I really do want to fly up to Sydney, but I just can't seem to find any flights.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to find a flight up to Sydney from Melbourne. You've got to have your wits about you when you're booking, because there's not a lot of options.
That's right. Definitely not a lot of options. And Mark asks, what is the parked aircraft in the distance, all white? That is I believe it's a training aircraft. The emergency, what they use for, I think, emergency responses. It's an old, it was an old, I think, DC-9. And then now it's made of plastic. Yeah. Because they removed the actual thing and then made a replica of it.
Is that the one that's usually sitting over there?
Yeah, they moved it years ago.
Really?
And now it's at the end of 27. Or actually 09 end.
Yeah, it's just the 09 end.
And Sydney Sky says too many options is just as hard as not many options. You know what? Sometimes that is the case.
Yeah, that's it. When there's so many options, then it usually means there's a ton of demand. So it's actually, you think there's so many flights out to Sydney from Melbourne, but the demand is so high that it can actually be really hard on a weekday, especially on a Monday morning. It is really hard to get a flight up to Sydney. There are so many people, lots of business people that take this route, which is why there's such a high demand.
And it looks like we have that Japan Airlines 787 departure. Max, I'm even thinking as well, like if the rain does pick up and get bad, we can always position it so we can put the streaming gear behind the car, because the car would block it.
That's a good idea.
And then we can set the camera up, because that one, I just put the plastic bag on it.
That's a good idea, yeah. Sort of angle the car a little bit, get
Yeah.
the table behind.
Exactly. I'll reverse the car in. Like we have options.
We have options.
We have options.
So this rain hits us, it's not all going to shambles.
That's it. It's not all doom and gloom.
And yes, for everyone who's been tracking, finally that Vietnam A350 is on final, in the distance there.
There it is. Max, you can't tell by his voice, but he's jumping for joy.
Oh yes, absolutely celebrating here.
That's it. Well, I've got the party poppers in the car. If you want to pull those out.
The sparklers out. And,
That's it. The champagne too.
Yeah, that's it. Pop a few bottles of champagne for sure.
Don't worry, I brought them because I knew that this was coming for
That's
you.
it, yeah.
So we're going to get some two heavies actually. We've got the Vietnam landing and the Japan Airlines, which is going to be taking off.
Awesome.
So this is flight VN781 from Ho Chi Minh City. It's the Airbus A350-900, and in my opinion, one of the best looking A350-900s here at Melbourne.
It's one of the best A350-900s going around, I reckon.
I think you think it's the best. I have to say it's definitely up there though. It is a stunning livery.
It is. It's very different from the all-white sort of liveries that a lot of airlines do. The blue is a nice touch for the A350 for sure.
Absolutely. And GJ Gamers, the A380, unfortunately is not going to be operating today. We missed it this morning. It came very early at 6:10. It was still dark. There will be no more A380s on this stream. The next one goes at night. So that is unfortunate. I can show you the one parked at the terminal, but that's really the best we're going to be able to get. And next up we have JL774 departing to Tokyo. It's on its newly timed service in the morning instead of at night, so it's great to see, and it's still fresh for us Melbourne spotters.
Yes, no, definitely. It was always a pain. It was used to land at about what time? About 9 p.m. or something, and then it'll take off at about 11:30 p.m.
Yep.
And it was so frustrating. It's really hard to catch it here, but now with the new services in the morning, it's an easy catch in some beautiful weather. These contrast clouds are really helping out this morning.
And the action doesn't stop there. We have a Virgin Australia 737-800 landing on runway 34. Max, where's that one coming from?
This one is coming from Sydney again.
No.
No way.
Can't be serious.
And V1 Aviation says, all right, everyone, I'm off for tonight. Thank you all for being with us at HD Melbourne Aviation, and let's make Atlas Air 747 flight QF7554 a top 10 most tracked flight on Flight Radar 24. Thank you so much for joining, mate. We really appreciate you coming in and being so supportive of the channel and the stream. You're an awesome bloke, as what I've heard from Matt, and it is awesome that you've been able to join us today and be so engaging. And yes, we will definitely try and get that 747 Atlas Air, one of the most tracked flights on Flight Radar 24 for you, mate. So thanks for joining.
Definitely, really appreciate that, Bart. It's always a pleasure to have you here on the stream, in the chat. And looking forward to your next Amsterdam stream. Take it easy for the night there, mate. We've got that Vietnam A350 taxiing over towards the terminal there. So we've got quite a queue for takeoffs at the moment. We've got 4 things attempting to go. We've got 2 rec Saabs. We've got the Qantas 717 taking the long run, which is...
717 gets the priority out of the field.
Yes, the 717 does get that priority.
Off to the Sunshine Coast.
Let's get that on video. And I think we have a... Is that a heavy on final there, Max? Is that the Malaysia Airlines?
It is, yes.
Absolutely brilliant. Has been a busy, busy morning, and here goes that Qantas 717. So on arrival now, we have the Malaysia Airlines A330-300 operating as MH149 from Kuala Lumpur. It's about a 7.5 hour flight between Kuala Lumpur and Melbourne. So I'm sure that passengers will be quite happy to disembark and stretch their legs.
They're going to let the Rec Sub 340 go first, though, on runway 34. This one is off to Mount Gambier in South Australia as ZL3763.
It's great to see some of the clouds in the back there, giving it some interesting sort of, well, giving the shot a bit of character because the sun's not out.
Contrast clouds, as I like to call them.
Yes, the contrast clouds.
CCs.
Yeah, they're sort of like, you know, the eye before the storm.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Like you get those and then the rain comes.
Beautiful shots with the contrast clouds, and then you know that the rain is coming next.
That's it. You're like, oh boy, I can't wait for like more shots like this. Nope.
Nope.
Then there goes the visibility.
Yep.
I'll get this Malaysia for you guys. So that's actually Sam's ride for later today.
It is
the
Sam's
Malaysia
ride.
Airlines.
I was just about to say that. Is Sam's ride off back to Kuala Lumpur? I think it's taking off around 1:30 or so, maybe 2 o'clock.
Something like that, yeah. And the livery on it's nice. You got lucky with that.
Yeah, the MTL 9M MTL registration. That livery is beautiful for Malaysia Airlines.
Definitely. They loved it so much they put it on every aircraft.
Yeah, I know. I was just about to say.
It was meant. I think it was meant to be like 3 aircraft of the fleet, of like each fleet would have it, and then they changed it. Now it's like half the fleets have that livery. I mean, I don't blame them. I love it.
Oh yeah, it looks beautiful. Definitely much better than the old sort of plain livery they had previously.
Yeah, absolutely agree on that.
But I have to say the Malaysia A330, that Tiger, the yellow livery, that's definitely my favourite one of them all for sure.
Oh, 100%. That one sticks out. And Mark says, Matt and Max, everyone else off to bed. Thank you so much for your live stream. Couldn't think of a better way to spend the evening. Cheers and thank you. Mark, really appreciate that, and also appreciate you becoming a member, supporting the channel, and it's been great to chat to you throughout the morning. I hope you have a great night's sleep, and I'm glad that you could unwind watching a bit of Melbourne before you could go to bed. On screen now we have the Virgin Australia 737-800, and that's going to be departing to where, Max?
It's off to Canberra. It's VA 259.
Interesting that they're sending the the split skimlet 737 off to Canberra. Usually they send that on the long haul routes because it saves them a bit of money with fuel.
Yeah.
But it's over a certain amount of hours,
Yeah.
which is really strange. And I think under the hours, then it costs them more fuel.
That's it, yeah.
So that's an interesting choice for that aircraft.
It was a very early rotation as well.
It was. And next up we have the Qantas 737 landing on runway 34. That's operating as QF415 from Sydney.
No shortage of Sydney flights.
Nope, certainly not this morning.
This one is wearing the Qantas old livery.
It is too, yes. The kangaroo has its paws.
Yeah, that's it.
So for those of you who haven't already, do make sure to give the stream a like. That's going to promote the stream to other like-minded aviation enthusiasts and people who may enjoy the stream. It helps out quite a bit and will, yeah, help the YouTube algorithm decide who it's going to promote it to. So if you haven't already, do give it a like, and if you want to see more live streams, do make sure to subscribe. It's free and you can keep up to date with what we're doing. Unfortunately, as I've said a couple of times, it's very, very sporadic when we do stream. It's all about the weather. So we will, the only really way to know when we're going to be streaming is to be sort of notified, because we can sort of do it at the drop of a hat sometimes if we can really see that there's a good patch of aircraft and the runways are sort of perfect for streaming. It could also happen as well.
Oh boy, it looks like they're using 27. Oh no.
That should hopefully be just a one-off.
Hopefully just a one-off, just like in Sydney the other day when they used, which runway did they use? Was it 07 for that one-off flight? The one-off takeoff? Yeah, 07. Some random one, Virgin 73. I think it was a landing on 07, and we were all fretting up at the international car park in Sydney going, oh no, they've changed the runways.
That's it, we almost rushed off and then they switched back.
Yeah, they did.
Bizarre. And actually doing some engine runs at the moment is the Skytraders 3, I think. It's the Casa 212, I think.
I'm not aware of that one. I haven't seen that one in a while.
Yeah, quite an edgy one. Very odd looking, but doing some engine runs.
So here it looks like the Royal Flying Doctor Service.
It does a bit, doesn't it? The livery makes it look that way. And unfortunately there'll be no A380s on this stream. We might get the Emirates parked at the terminal. Eventually we'll push back to give the airport another gate, so we might be able to get some taxiing footage, but the arrivals and departures for the 380s in Melbourne are all very early morning and very late at night, so won't be able to get any of those just yet, or at least on this stream. And Aviator Max says, hi Melbourne Aviation, do you know where we can get, when we can get another Adelaide plane spotting video? So in terms of the Adelaide videos, it will have to be when I go there next, as I have no actual footage left of Adelaide. I used everything that I got over the 3 days I was there. But I do plan to go back. I think there's a few interesting things there that I haven't gotten from last time. So looking forward to popping back up. Probably going to wait for a couple more international flights to sort of kick off, and then we'll wait for that. And Max is actually going in December to Adelaide. Whether he does spotting or not too sure.
Yes, I've got a trip to Malaysia, and then as soon as I get back, hopefully, got a little short couple-day trip to Adelaide as well. So that should be really good. And I did some plane spotting there last time I went, which is I think end of last year. So hopefully getting back there again would be awesome.
Definitely, and it looks like 27 has come into play.
Looks like the air traffic control has become unfriendly with us. Maybe they've seen us and they've wanted to ruin our day. They've started using runway 27, which is really frustrating, but hopefully we still get a lot of runway 34 departures and arrivals.
We should get the international departures starting very shortly, because it's 9 o'clock, so we should get the Philippine Airlines going out very shortly. We should get the Air India, which will definitely go 3-4.
Yes, for sure. Thai as well, in about an hour and a half should go.
Yep, Thai as well. We'll go.
Singapore.
We've got this Jetstar A320 waiting to go on 3-4 at the moment, which we're going to focus all of our attention on.
Yes.
And that's going to be departing off as JQ506 to Sydney.
Another milk run.
Another milk run.
Looks like that Vietnam's finding it hard to find a gate to taxi into.
And great to see a bunch of people tuning in as well. Welcome to the stream. I'm Matt, and I'm joined with Max, who does a lot of behind the scenes stuff here on HD Melbourne Aviation.
G'day everyone, hope you're all well. It's good to see everyone here from lots of different locations around the world. We've got heaps of people tuning in from Europe, from the US. Let us know where you're tuning in from. It's an awesome day out here at Melbourne, and hopefully it continues that way and they don't use runway 27 too much.
Well, yes, we can only hope for that, but we're out here at the T4 car park, and we are filming runway 34, which is the southern runway here at Melbourne, and T4 gives a great view of it. The weather has taken a bit of a turn for the worse. We can see the rain on the horizon, but we will do our absolute best to keep the stream going. We have a few ideas on how we're going to sort of counteract that issue. Here's the Jetstar to Sydney. And Gary joining from Atlanta, Georgia. That is awesome. Love Atlanta, it's a beautiful city.
Another place I've never been but really want to go to.
Well, possibly next year.
Yes. Lots of places in the US I want to go.
That can all happen next year. So there's a possibility that Max and I will be doing a tour around the USA to a lot of different places. So we do hope that comes into fruition, but we're going to be
absolutely.
We're planning to go all around to Chicago, to Atlanta, to Miami, to New York, to Boston,
Louisville, Cincinnati.
Yes, Cincinnati, Louisville. There's the Malindo 737 Max, or the Batik, going for its departure. Looks like it's going to be coming off runway 34 for us, which is just perfect. But yes, hopefully that comes into fruition. We'll have a lot of fun and do a lot of streams around the US, which is always great. And let's just film this one taxiing up to runway 34. Definitely a interesting livery. Won't be around for too long, so it's great to catch it. And that's going to be operating as OD178 to Denpasar. So it's about a 5-hour flight or so. And Aviator Max says, I made a video on Adelaide plane spotting if you want to see it. Definitely will check it out after we've finished streaming here today and gotten back home and settled in. And Jack says, first time watching the Melbourne broadcast. Watching from Mankato, Minnesota. Oh, wow. All the way up in Minnesota. That's awesome. Hope you're enjoying the... Yes, another US viewer. Hope you are enjoying the stream all the way from the other side of the world, literally.
Literally.
And I think the weather probably would be pretty similar here as it would be in Minnesota right now. We've got, actually, I'll show you, we've got some terrible rain coming in over the horizon there. It's looking pretty dark, pretty gloomy.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer. It's creeping up on us, which is not what we like to see.
That's
the
it.
The wind's died down a little bit though, which is nice, but it's still coming a little bit westerly.
Yep. So we're going to have to, when it gets a bit closer, probably shift what we're doing, shift our little setup.
I believe so. We almost need to prepare sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think so. Because that wind is definitely northwest. Like, I can feel it blowing onto me. So we'll start preparing for that. Maybe even after the Malindo.
Yeah, I think we've got a little break of international arrivals and departures.
Yep, the Philippines hasn't pushed back, and that would be next up. And Toby says, wow, didn't know that JQ still had their old AS liveries. Yes, they have pretty much every livery they've had since 2005 on those A320s are still around. They don't update them too often. You'll even see, I'll show you actually at the terminal in a moment after this Malindo, the variety of different titles that they have on their 320s. Just parked up here. It's not even in total, as definitely their whole fleet's not around. But we will film this Malindo. And Aviator Max says, I'm so sorry for all these questions, but will you ever do a Perth video? I'm traveling Australia and that's where I'm stopping. Don't apologize, like, questions are always welcomed. And I've done plenty of Perth videos, about even like maybe above 10 at the moment, with a new one that's being made at the moment from a recent trip. And also we'll be doing some more Perth spotting in December when the Qatar A380s are back. So plenty of Perth on the way, and there's plenty of Perth already on the channel. So if you do want to check it out, just search up Perth Airport plane spotting, or even just Perth Airport on my channel, and you will find the videos there. Great to see that livery. I'm sure it won't be around for too much longer.
Yes, should be transformed very soon.
Should be. And we'll have a look over there at the international terminal, see what's going on. We have the Philippine Airlines that should push back Any minute now. It was actually due out about 15 minutes ago at 9:10. The Emirates isn't going anywhere. Thai will be leaving in about an hour and a half's time at 11. It's going to be good to see. And I think while we have a little bit of a break, we should probably move the stuff back.
Yes,
Just
I believe.
in preparation for the rain.
Yes, it looks like it's coming a bit quicker than we expect, so definitely a good time to fix things around here.
Definitely. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Max while I move the car. And he will run you through what's needed.
All right. And John, 6:22 p.m. Thursday evening, here now in Ottawa. Awesome to see you from Ottawa, mate. I wonder if you're a big hockey fan, an ice hockey fan. I'm a big ice hockey fan here myself. There's not a lot of ice hockey that happens here, and I don't play, but it is definitely something that I really enjoy watching. I might not be your best friend though. I'm a big Toronto Maple Leafs fan. And John also saying Qantas is a gem of an airline, and all Australians should be so proud of it. Yes, it is definitely an awesome airline. It's got beautiful liveries, great service as well. They've been a bit under fire recently, just with delays due to staff shortages, but they're definitely working hard, getting back into the groove of everything, and they're definitely making some improvements. So if you haven't already, and you're just tuning in, or you've been tuning in for a while now, make sure that you hit that like button, hit the bell button as well, so that you can be notified when we go live stream. As Matt has said plenty of times, it's very sporadic. It's very hard to determine when we're going to live stream. We don't have a very set schedule due to the fact that there's very different weather patterns here in Melbourne. It could be really sunny and hot, and then 10 minutes later it is really, really cold and wet. So make sure that you've hit the bell button so you know when we are going live, and make sure you subscribe as well. It is completely free. Yes, let's move this around. Give us a few seconds, guys. So this is going to be difficult.
So, are you able to? One of us has got to do the bulk of this, and the other one holds us up and holds the tripod. Yeah, try to do it. I'll do this one. So you're going to hold one hand on that, one hand on the tripod, move them both back.
Oh boy, maybe I should have left this in the hands of you.
Ready?
It's very hard to get a grip on this tripod. I've drunk mine already, so. All right, sorry about that. That was very eventful, dealing with cords and things falling over, but I think we got the gist of it now. We've moved a little bit back to prepare for the rain. It is steaming through towards us, which is not something we enjoy, and it's also not enjoyable that they're using 2.7. It's very frustrating. Alright, looks like we've got the setup a little bit better now. Juggling things around, so stay tuned. Awesome. Looks like we're set. Hopefully.
So sorry about that. Just trying to, as Max said, prepare for the rain, as it will eventually hit. So it's better to prepare while there's not too much happening and 27 is stealing everything. We have a new Airbus A380 King Class member. Got Robin Heron. Welcome to the A380 membership program. Great to have you aboard and really do appreciate your support towards the channel. Absolutely amazing, mate. And check the channel membership tab, which can be found on the channel page. And you will be able to see your exclusive perks and benefits being part of the top tier Airbus A380 King Class.
Awesome.
The exclusive videos that will be for members only will start to be published over the next couple of days. I was meant to start doing it Tuesday. However, I was unfortunately sick. So we're going to have videos from airports that aren't published on the airport, like Atlanta, Georgia. We're also going to have airports like Denver. We're going to have Seoul. We're going to have Taiwan, Taipei, Ho Chi Minh City, plenty of different airports that I haven't featured before, just for members only. So we've got another Virgin Australia 737 pushing back here. And Sam says, hey, the first live stream on here. Yes, this is the third live stream we've done here on HD Melbourne Aviation. And we intend to do a lot more, keeping it at least weekly, and if the weather permits, hopefully 3 times a week out here in the morning. So do stay tuned for that. And we've got that Avgeek says, come to Sydney and go live. Absolutely plan to do that. We were planning to do that at the beginning of the week, both Max and I. But unfortunately, I did get unwell and I lost my voice, so streaming was just not possible. Like, I actually sound a little bit like Darth Vader. Yeah. So we caught up with Kurt, who does Sid Squad, and even he was saying sounded very much like Darth Vader, so didn't think a stream would be possible, but we will try and do Sydney in the coming weeks. And Aesthetic Aviation says, hi Matt, great to have you here on the stream joining us today at Melbourne. As 27 has opened, we have lost quite a bit of traffic already, and you can tell that the airport does get a bit quiet when the 2 runways are operational. You can see a little private jet in the distance there as well. And Chocky Bar says, there's some cool traffic in Toronto. Hope you come here someday. Actually, funny you should mention that. The Toronto will be one of those exclusive airports that the members only will receive. Have done plenty of stuff over there in Toronto, and I'll let the members see the footage of that, and even some old stuff like the Air Transat A310s, KLM 747s, even got some FedEx MD-1010s, which is really cool to see. I think I only actually got those in Toronto. And Sydney Sky says use a text-to-speech program. That would have been one way to do it. And Robin says it's freezing cold in Latrobe Valley. It's actually getting a bit colder here too.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah.
That wind is getting a little bit chilly.
And a little bit more in our face.
Yes. Luckily I'm prepared for it though, unlike in Sydney. That was not good with those ocean winds.
Yeah, no, that wasn't...
And no jumper.
Wasn't nice at all. We've got John joining. He says, hey, this is my first stream on Matt's account. Yes, good day, John. How's it going? Great to have you here. John is a huge supporter of aviation videography.
Yes.
He's joining most streams. It was amazing to see.
Yes, I do remember. Did a lot of moderating for aviation videography when Sam and Matt were doing lots of live streams over in Europe. and John was always a frequent viewer. So thanks so much for joining today, John. Glad to see you here on HD Melbourne Aviation on today's live stream here at Melbourne Airport.
Considering the wind is 10 degrees and 16 knots, it's hard to believe that 27 really is active.
Yeah, it's also going that way. It's more of a 09 wind than a 27
Yes.
wind. So
It goes to show that the airport loves to use 27 whenever
Yes.
they get the absolute
they
possibility.
must have had a change of air traffic controllers.
Yes.
Someone's finished the night shift. They love the 3-4, and then they brought on someone who loves 2-7 and just thought, you know what? Let's make some people's day some spotters' day a little worse.
That's it. He probably rocked up there like, what is this?
Yeah.
When he sees only 3-4 ops. 3-4, no thanks. That's going to be just on request.
Yeah, that's it.
And Chucky Bar, yes, I actually caught that quite a bit, the Icelandic 757 when I was there. It's definitely a highlight there. I've got a lot of stuff. Got a bunch of LL 787s. A lot of stuff from Europe. A lot of Polish special livery as well. The Independence livery. So much stuff. Toronto is a great place. Lufthansa 747-400s, Egypt Air 777s. Like
Oh, wow.
really some cool stuff over there in Toronto. So at the moment, there's not too much happening here on 3-4, like at all. We do have actually a Virgin Australia 777, I wish, 737 on the runway. And where's this one going, Max?
Sydney again.
Oh, surprise, surprise. It's got a bit of a faded tail as well. Look at that.
Yeah, it does. Needs a new paint job for sure.
Definitely a bit of a facelift. And no, I unfortunately cannot speak Vietnamese. I'm not even a bilingual. I'm just speak English. Australia, you can choose if you want to speak other languages in school. So like the education system for that is not the best. It's not like Europe where English is compulsory and other languages are also like compulsory from my knowledge, depending on the country.
That's it. Yeah, I did my fair share of Italian when I was back in high school. But yeah, if you asked me to try and speak Italian today, I would have no clue.
That's it. Actually, I did Italian as well.
I think that's probably the most common one. Italian and French are the two most common in schools, and I think they also do a lot of. I think Latin is a common one as well. A lot of people do Latin in the older years of high school.
Latin.
It's very common. I've heard in some schools.
Not the
And
most useful
Mandarin.
language at the moment. Yeah, Mandarin's
Mandarin's
that's very common and very useful as well. I know we did Japanese as well in our
Yes.
school, but that was insanely difficult from what all my friends in that class was telling me.
Yeah, I believe we only had Italian and French. We didn't have many options for languages, so majority of people did Italian. I think it was compulsory in the younger years of high school.
And would you look at that? The Philippine Airlines A330 has pushed back PR 210 going off to Manila, and Air India is on pushback as well. The 787-8 to Delhi, actually pushing back 10 minutes early.
Oh, awesome.
Wow, that's actually pretty cool.
Doesn't go 27.
No, Air India will definitely go 3-4. Philippine Airlines is a 50-50.
Yeah.
Depends. They might request 3-4. I mean, the way that they've pushed back.
Oh, they pushed back to 3-4. Unless they do a loop.
Oh, here goes that 737. And there at the terminal, we can see that Air India pushing back, and the Philippines is just behind the Thai there. It's quite busy there. We're gonna get a few heavies, I think, just before that rain hits. I can actually see it over the Macedon Mountains.
Yes, it's just creeping in behind the Melbourne Towers there, which is very concerning.
We hope that our sneaky little setup here has fixed that. And as you can see there's the rainfall coming our way.
Also, the wind is picking up a little bit here. It's getting a little bit chilly.
It is.
And sort of mild, a little bit warm this morning, but that was just because there was no wind. But now the wind is definitely picking up. It's getting a little bit colder. Got to get the big jacket out soon, I reckon.
That's it. Bring out the big jacket. And we've got Veronica asking, do you do these lives often? At the moment, doing them about once a week. However, going to try and make that more and more consistent. It all depends on the runway usage and weather, though, here at Melbourne. The certain runways will provide better streams as opposed to, let's say, runway 27, which really doesn't have many options. So if you do want to stay tuned with when I am doing a live stream, do make sure to subscribe. That'll be the best way to keep up to date with when I'm going live, because it's very sporadic, as I try to live stream only when the runways are correct, and I know it's going to give an interesting stream for everyone to enjoy. Unfortunately, it has sort of gone a little bit against forecast today, which should be expected, but they were supposed to only use 3-4 for the entire morning, and the wind is currently going 10 degrees at 16 knots, so the fact that they are using runway 27 is a bit...
Very weird. It's definitely got to be a preference for air traffic control using 27.
That's it. As we were saying before, they've just come in there and...
Yeah, it's had a change of shift and someone's got...
absolutely no way is this going to happen.
Cracked it, yeah, with the 3-4 only ops, so... But they're still using 3-4 for quite a lot of departures.
Yeah, it looks like departures to the north and northeast will use 3-4 at the moment, which would be like the Sydney, the Brisbane... because we've got quite a few lined up here. Canberra, we've got a Perth flight actually, which is just goes against that actually. That's west.
Yes.
I don't know how they're doing it today.
Yeah,
this is
definitely preference air traffic controlling, I reckon.
Yeah, gotta be. And Aesthetic Aviation says, what's the CASA 212 doing in MEL? I remember seeing it do loops and land at Canberra Airport a month or so ago. So that is based here actually. It's for Sky Traders, which has their base at Tullamarine, and they will do a lot of their flights around the Antarctic with the 319s and the CASA 212s. I'm not actually too sure exactly what they do from here, but they are always here. You can see it at the Sky Traders facility, and that's not actually in view here, but it is towards the hangars where Virgin do their maintenance. And we also have the Jetstar A320, which is taking the long run
For a Canberra flight.
for a Canberra flight.
So definitely some weird air traffic control operations this morning.
Well, actually that one could make sense because there's 2 planes lined up for the short run. So maybe it's just like to alleviate some of the congestion.
Maybe. Could have just waited behind though. Could
have. And here we have Virgin Australia flight VA 679 operating to Perth. It's a 737-800. Actually, pre-COVID, this used to be a A330 flight, 679.
Yes.
Used to fly off to Perth and then come back around 2-3 p.m. Another heavy for the rush. And here we have the Philippine Airlines A330-300 going off to Manila as PR 210. So going off 3-4 for us. And we also have Air India, that's on the move now too. which will track closely behind that Philippines A330. As we can see over there, it's about to make its left-hand turn. And Stephanie Johnson is back. Welcome back to the stream. Just in time too, we've got a couple of heavy aircraft going out, and also the Atlas 747 coming in about 10 minutes or so, I think by now. It was due in at about, what, 10 o'clock, just before 10?
Yeah.
So should only be 10 minutes away. So this Air India 787 is going to Delhi as AI 309. So it's a long flight ahead, about 12 hours and 30 minutes.
The Atlas is half an hour away. It is over Bairnsdale, it's just over Lakes Entrance, which is a popular tourist destination in Victoria. So it's just entered over Australian land, coming in from Honolulu.
Definitely love that little area there at T4, that open area, Max.
One little patch. There's a bunch of poles. They are the most nuisance poles in the world, but there's that little patch of opening, and it's always awesome when they take off and they rotate in that open patch. Get some nice shots from up here at T4.
And HD Christchurch Aviation is tuned in as well. Hello. Good to see you here on the Melbourne stream. And Aviator Max is back as well. Seb Plays, great to see you joining the stream, buddy. So in terms of heavy arrivals, we have that Atlas 747. If they persist with this runway config, we might lose that Singapore 777, which is going to be landing at about the same time.
Yes, it's definitely one that frequently goes to runway 27, as well as the Air New Zealand 777 from Auckland. That is always a lover of going on runway 27 for its arrival.
It does, but you know what loves runway 27 a bit more than that Singapore?
What?
Air New Zealand.
Yes.
That's tracking in about 20 minutes behind the Atlas and going to be landing in about 45 minutes. Most likely going to be using runway 27. However, we may get lucky and they may decide to switch everything back to 3-4 if the winds continue with forecast and get stronger towards the south. So we're just waiting for these two heavies to depart now. It's great to see. This is like what old Melbourne used to be. Constantly
Yes.
two heavies back to back waiting to depart.
That's it.
So it's good
Stephanie
to see.
Johnson says it's spring there. Yes, it is spring here. It is the middle of spring in October. However, it does not look like it at the moment. It looks like the end of autumn or fall, as some people call it here. It's getting really windy now, but it is spring. Which means all the pollen is out, and it's definitely affecting a lot of people. I know myself and Matt have been crashed by hay fever. For those people who get it, it's very frustrating, but that's the reality of Melbourne springtime.
That's it. It's what you call it? It's allergy season.
Oh boy, there's that rain heading over. Looks like the end of 09.
It's coming in quickly.
Coming in quick. Let me check the radar.
I do hope that this is enough to keep everything dry. Otherwise, we might have to move as much stuff in the car as we can and keep only the essentials out. We can cover the laptop a little bit, I think.
Well, we could just open the car door and chuck everything sort of light across the...
I wish, but the power... Oh, you know what we could do with that?
There's another power one over there.
We could chuck it on the Jackery.
Oh, yeah.
We've got 3 of them.
Yeah, true.
Chuck it on there, then we can extend
a little
it.
temporary.
A little temporary fix for the rain.
That rain is quick. Looks like it's over.
It's moving.
Runway now, pretty much.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out how we're going to do this because we do want to continue the stream for this morning. We don't want to have to end it early just because of bad weather. Actually, bad weather provides some of the best shots with the spray.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So I think it's definitely, we'll be putting in 100% effort here to try and keep it going for as long as we can. Get some awesome shots, especially these heavies that are supposed to be taking off within these 2 here on your screen, Philippines and Air India, as well as Singapore and Thai, a couple others as well that are due to be going in the next sort of hour or 2. We definitely want that Atlas Air 744 that is coming in about 25 minutes.
Correct. And Chris asks, any recommendations you have for recording? The audio and quality is good while I'm recording is good, but I zoom in too much or too late. I mainly record it in and out. Personally, I always have a fixed zoom, especially in and out as well. They do come quite close, so I would never use more than 200 millimeters. Otherwise, it's too hard to sort of manage. But more or less, just sort of practice makes perfect. Just attempt to zoom out nice and slowly. And eventually you'll get sort of the swing of it, or try a fixed zoom and use maybe like 150 millimeters, or even like 100, just to sort of get the grasp of it. In fact, in and out's one of the things you can zoom all the way out in, because it's an interesting and really recognizable spotting location. So the wide angle actually isn't too harmful, because people do love to see the scenery. Now we have that Philippine Airlines taxiing over to the runway for a 3-4 departure. It's going to embark on its, I'd say, 8 hours and 15-minute journey over to Manila.
That's it, correct.
And Mr. Smokehouse 6 says, this is like watching grass grow. Boring. Yes, sometimes Melbourne does have some boring patches. However, if the runway is right and they're using 3-4, it would be wonderful. However, they have gone against forecast and switched over to 2-7 for the majority of the traffic, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. And looks like I can see the rain on the runway actually. And we're going over now to Air India, which is AI 309 off to Delhi. As we said before, it's about a 12.5-hour flight. So it's going to be quite a long one for the passengers.
Luckily they have the Dreamliner to take them there. Would not be a fun journey in a smaller aircraft, I reckon.
Oh, absolutely not. So I am really confused with the whole runway ops at the moment. They've sent a Qantas A330 to Perth up to runway 34, which is quite rare for using 27. So I think that may indicate that they're going to switch back to all 34 ops, as they wouldn't do that unless they absolutely had to. The taxi time is huge on that, about what, 10 minutes or so from the Qantas terminal all the way to the end of 34. Whereas 27 is a less than 1 minute taxi, so they will always send it off to 27 if they can, and plus Perth is to the west, so it's straight out from 27.
That's it, yeah.
So it could be an indication of single runway ops once again. And Bull, we're gonna get to the chat in a moment. I just saw your message. We're just going to focus on the planes just for now. And I've got actually Max here who does the editing for the videos and edited that Fiji video, who can give you an answer when we get a chance. We just don't want to get halfway through a question and then have to stop talking while we video the plane, because a lot of people, obviously the sound is one of the most enjoyable things about aviation, so we don't want to cut that off and with our annoying Aussie accents.
That's right. We'll get to all of your questions and comments as soon as possible. Just wait for this Air India 787 to take off.
Max, I don't want to talk too soon or jinx it, but we may have gotten safe with the rain so far.
We may have gotten safe.
The airport.
It is over the airport right now, if you can't tell.
The tarmac is wet.
The tarmac is really wet. The runways are super wet right now, but I think our little setup has got us over the line here, and it looks like the rain might just be missing us, but let's not jinx anything yet. We did jinx the runway 27 operations, so...
Yeah, we did, didn't we? Oh boy. No, this won't work for the rain. We're in deep trouble.
Oh, no.
We'll just reverse psychology.
Yeah, reverse psychology. We want the rain to hit us. You can just see over Terminal 3 there, that drizzle coming down. This Air India is taking its time. It's been sitting on the runway for a while. Must be a few 27 operations causing it to stop where it is.
It really has gotten quite wet. Look at that over the western suburbs over there. It's completely shrouded in rain.
That visibility is horrible.
There was the Air India AI 309 going to Delhi. And next up we have a Virgin Australia 737-800. And this one isn't actually on flight radar at the moment, so we're going to have to... Oh, nope, just popped up there. And this is operating as VA319 to Brisbane, 737-800. And Bull Miller, we'll get to your question now.
So your question was, your video from Nadi, Fiji showed planes going to Sid and Mel, with the flight times being shorter to Mel. How's that possible when Mel is further away? Well, I can tell you. So the way that the airline cards are made, I check with Matt. Matt's the guy behind the camera, and I'm the guy behind the laptop. I check with Matt around the dates that he travels to these certain locations. So he went to Fiji around September, was it? End of August?
Middle of August.
Middle of August, that's right. So around middle of August, I search up the registrations of each clip of the flights and base it off flight radar. So different flights can have different times depending on sort of what headwinds, and maybe, you know, when flights to Sydney, they have to circle and stuff. So it's just purely based off that flight and its flight time to Sydney and Melbourne. So it depends on the day. Some flights can be longer than usual. Sydney flights, you know, like I said, they can possibly delay or have certain headwinds that are causing them to be slowed down than a usual day, and that day may have been the day where Matt was filming. So that's why they have different times, and the Melbourne ones may appear to be shorter than the Sydney ones.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it's not uncommon in peak hour for Sydney to have holding patterns and to slow things down and do weird sort of patterns just to slot everything in, as it is very, very busy in peak. So I was going to say that would likely be the case. Melbourne's not as busy, so they just come right on in. Sydney, not quite. So that's generally, like, and the flight time that we do, as Max said, like, it's all subject to, like, you know, certain weather. Sydney might have had storms, Melbourne didn't. We just go off whatever what it says online on the applications, and when we search up that exact flight on Flight Radar, Flight Aware, and
that's it. Yeah, check. Usually start off with Flight Radar 24. It's usually the most reliable in terms of flight times, and, you know, it sort of encounters whether, you know, all of the you know, taxi time, and then actual flight time, and then time it takes for it to get to Downs on to the runway. Looks like that rain is starting to hit us a little bit. We might have jinxed it again. Looks like it's starting to creep in there into Terminal 4 car park. We may have to move things around.
So far we do seem safe. So far it's just on the edge.
There's a little bit of spray.
I have a plan B.
Alright,
If this gets worse.
we love a plan B.
Always gotta have a plan B. And this is going to be QF773 to Perth. It's a Qantas A330-200 wearing the new livery. Max, without trying to jinx it, I think they've all switched back to single runway ops.
Yes, hopefully just sticking with 3-4 now. And Chris says, probably not so ideal for plane spotting, but love this weather in LA. But the valley where I live, there really isn't winter, getting 35 Celsius and usually never gets cold weather. Yes, definitely a typical California thing, not getting too cold. Usually I think around sort of your winter time, it's relatively mild, and it definitely gets stinking hot over there in the summer.
So I've got some good news, Max.
Yes.
The Atlas Air is coming down 3-4 in about 5 minutes, and the
awesome.
Singapore 777 is coming down 3-4 as well.
Oh, yes.
So we're going to get 2 heavies in a row.
Let's hope Air New Zealand follows suit.
That would be the real test.
Yeah, that's the real test of Melbourne air traffic controllers. Just trying to keep up with all these chats, guys. Blick Fang says, our hosts rock. Thank you so much for your support, mate. We are doing our best out here, bracing the wind and the rain. It was beautiful this morning when we got here. It was nice and mild, not too much wind, no rain. The sun was out, contrast clouds are out, and now it's getting a little bit harder to deal with. But we're doing our best, and we will continue to do our best to keep this stream going for as long as we can.
Hopefully we can push through for the next 3 hours.
Push through till around 1 p.m. Melbourne time. It's currently 10:07.
Definitely want to get that Cathay Pacific 777 on the stream. Definitely want to get that Qatar cargo.
That's
Quite
it.
a few things a little bit later on.
That's it. And Sydney Skies says, well, work calls, great stream so far. Stay dry and thanks for the great viewing. No worries, mate. We've all got our things to do, so I hope you have an awesome day. And thank you for tuning in. We appreciate your support. You've been here pretty much since the start of this stream. So thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that.
Max, where was that Rex off to?
Oh yes, too busy trying to read chat. This Rex 737 was off to Sydney, another milk run. The rain will never stop the milk run. And Dr. Ray says, first time watching Melbourne from Minneapolis, US. Another US viewer. Thanks so much for joining, Dr. Ray. We really appreciate you being here today and watching us brace the rain here at Melbourne. And Stephanie Johnson says, watch Atlas land, please. Yes, we will be here. We will be watching Atlas land in a couple of minutes.
We won't be missing the Atlas.
We will definitely not be missing the Atlas. No rain will stop us from missing a 747-400 at Melbourne. So it'll be landing. I think it's almost on final. It's about to turn onto a final for runway 34 here at Melbourne. So we'll see that very soon. Stay tuned, guys. And Chris says, I see what you mean of speaking over the plane sounds. You guys really know how to make the stream experience better with not speaking over a plane sound. Yes, well, in our streams and videos, the planes do all the talking. They sound awesome, so we don't want to interrupt by talking when they're taking off or landing. We like to keep quiet so that you guys can hear. You know, that's what we're here for aircraft movements. And they have some awesome sounds, especially the big ones. That 747 coming in will sound awesome, so we don't want to interrupt with talking. So that's why we sort of stay quiet when the planes are taking off and landing, especially the big ones.
And Jonathan asks, do you have any lives proposed for anywhere other than Melbourne and maybe Sydney? Yes, I do have some plans. They're not going to be in fruition for a little bit. I'm going to focus more around Australia, perfecting the stream, getting it all perfect here that I'm happy with it before taking it overseas again. Looking to do a few places actually in Asia for a live stream, so it's going to be good fun. It's all sort of in the works at the moment, still trying to figure out the logistics behind all of it, but it will definitely all happen eventually. But for the meantime, it's just going to be Australia based, Melbourne, Sydney, possibly some Brisbane towards the end of the year when it gets a bit busier.
Maybe even Perth as well towards the end of the year, or even into the start of 2023.
Definitely. And We have two heavies on approach. Look at that. The Atlas.
Here comes that Atlas.
And the
You
Singapore.
cannot see it with this terrible visibility.
Not yet. No. And this Jetstar is actually going to the Sunshine Coast as JQ794. So
Maybe they could bring a bit of sun here.
Maybe. Please.
Yeah, please. And Andrew Newvelt says, greetings from Tampa Bay, Florida. What's the temperature in Melbourne? Well,
It was 15.
it was 15. It feels like about 5 degrees Celsius now. Let's have a look. It is currently 16 still. It is very cold at the moment. Feels much colder than it says it is. That rain is getting, I think once this Atlas lands, we might have to make a quick movement, see if we can catch the Singapore as well.
We'll grab the Singapore and then...
Yeah, and then we'll try and move things around to get away from this rain. But yes, Aviator Max, if you left a question, it may be too far up, so please write it again and we will answer it again. Let's get this Atlas 747-400 landing onto runway 34 from Honolulu.
Wow, the spray on that was awesome.
It's leaving a waterfall behind its trail there on runway 34. That was awesome. Beautiful sounding plane, the 747-400. It's got to be one of my favorite aircrafts going around. The Atlas Freighter looks beautiful on the 747-400. So that was an awesome arrival here on runway 34.
Max, and I have a solution for our rain problem.
You do?
It's still not too bad, as long as we just wipe things down.
That's it, yeah. Get things as dry as possible. This rain is super frustrating.
It's just a sprinkle at the moment, so as long as it stays roughly like this, and next up we have the Singapore 777 operating as SQ237. It's arriving from Singapore. It's wearing the old livery. Oh, not the old livery, the normal livery, not the Star Alliance.
Livery. We've been frequent viewers of the Star Alliance livery recently with Singapore Airlines, but they've sort of changed over recently back to the normal livery for their flights here.
Just wiping everything down, so just give me one moment before I get back to the camera. See the Singapore.
There it is. An MJB853 says, hey guys, Canadian who recently moved to Melbourne. Can't wait for Air Canada to come back to Melbourne. Yes. It's awesome you've moved down to Melbourne, and yes, we cannot wait for Air Canada to come back to Melbourne as well. We definitely miss it.
Hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yes, for sure. Sooner rather than later. Here comes the Singapore 777-300 coming in from Singapore.
And Aviator Max says, hey, HD Melbourne Aviation, when you can answer, I'm just wondering, when I go to Perth, I wanted to know the best recording spot for using phones. I don't have a camera. I would say try the observation deck around the end of runway 03, the public viewing area. If they taxi right past you, which they sometimes do, particularly the A330s that go domestically, you'll get some great shots from your phone. They get really close. To the point that it doesn't even fit in the camera when it's all zoomed fully out. So that'd be my recommendation to you. It's really like the closest you can get, unless you go right under the flight path for runway 21, if they're using that, which this sort of time of year they probably will be. But I've never actually been that way, so I can't really help you too much more than that.
And Gary says, great stream, y'all. Catch you on the next one. Thanks for joining, Gary. I appreciate the support and for you joining us today here at Melbourne. We hope you have an awesome day, and we'll catch you on the next stream. And the Peacock A380 says, love Air Canada. They really took care of us during our visit to from Vancouver in 2020, just before the bloody pandemic hit. Yes, Air Canada is definitely going to be one of my favorite airlines going around. They're an awesome airline. I think they're pretty similar to Qantas, aren't they? Just in their services and whatnot.
Yep, pretty similar.
It's an awesome airline. And Melbourne Plane Spotting 380 says, hey Matt, hey Max, how you going, mate? Hope you're having an awesome day. Bracing this cold rain and wind that's randomly come upon us here in Melbourne.
And Chris asks, do you upload every 2 days for regular videos? Yes, we attempt to. And we've been sticking to it lately, which has been really, really good. But yes, usually it'll be a video every 2 days, and if not every second day, every third day. It really just does depend.
Usually every second day as much as we can.
Yep. No, we're doing a live stream. Yeah. It's it's try and get some of the spray and stuff. We're trying to a little bit more frequently. YouTube, yeah. HD Melbourne Aviation.
Thanks.
Too easy. Cheers for that. There's the Atlas parked in the bay over there.
Parked around the cargo bay area.
Yeah, there might be a chance that we get that taking off before the stream ends.
We could.
They don't actually stay that long.
Then again, you never know. When we were up in Sydney, we were hoping that some of those FedEx, the 777 and the MD-11 would go before we left, and they left while we were, I think we were checking in. The 777 left.
Well, actually, we were waiting for this Atlas to go. It was there when we landed, and it was still this exact plane.
Yes.
Well, we were still there, and it was sat in Sydney for 2 days with no movement whatsoever. And Chris, that's okay. We all know everybody gets busy.
Yes. Chris says this stream is just too good, but Aaron's already around the corner getting to me. Approximately, when is the next stream? Matt, when is the next stream?
Oh boy, haven't quite decided that. We're really, as we said a couple times a little bit earlier on the stream, it's very, very sporadic, depends entirely on the runway usage. So I couldn't quite tell you when it's going to be, but hopefully over the next couple of days you'll see another stream here at Melbourne. It looks like they're going to be switching back to 1.6, so if I can find a little bit of a solution for the morning arrivals, I might be able to do an early morning stream early next week, maybe Monday or so. But we'll see how that all goes. And we'll wait maybe for some sunnier, better weather before I tackle 1.6, because it's all outdoors.
Yes.
So I can't really hide from the rain like we can here at T4. So if you turn the bell notification on, you'll be able to be up to date with when we do go live. And a really cool thing to notice about this Virgin Australia, it's got the engine cowling of Tiger Airways.
Oh, really?
Yeah, do you see that on the yellow? You can't really see it now, but it had the little band that Tiger Airways used to have.
Yes.
That's kind of cool to see.
I flew back in April. I flew with Rex up to Sydney. Did the milk run myself with on a Rex 737, and inside the Rex 737 was an all Virgin Australia cabin, all the Virgin Australia seats and everything. It was a very weird experience because I believe Rex bought a bunch of Virgin 73s, and they hadn't updated to their own cabin just yet.
Max, where do we think this is going to go? It's going to Denpasar. 27 is unfortunately active.
Oh, I reckon I'm gonna have some good hope here, and I reckon it will come 3-4. But you never know.
It's got to turn left now.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah. No, that doesn't look good.
That looks
A lot of them have been using that further taxiway, but mainly the narrow bodies. So if it's a heavy, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Just in a couple of moments to see if it turns left or right.
No way.
Oh, it is using the that taxiway, so it's coming down to the runway 34. That's awesome. And
That's unexpected.
Bull Miller asks, which city handles more cargo liners, Mel or Sid?
Sydney.
Definitely Sydney. Sydney's got more facilities for cargo aircraft. They've got a lot more space. So it's definitely Sydney for sure.
It's really no contest. In fact, most of our cargo stuff comes down from Sydney.
Yes.
And that Atlas Air that just landed will go up to Sydney.
Yes.
So pretty much everything we get, they get
Yeah.
the exact same, and they get more. They get
Yeah.
multiple FedExes a day. They get UPS on, I think, a 6 weekly basis, or 6 times a weekly basis.
Yeah, UPS is very frequent into Sydney, and their FedEx as well. They usually have 2 services that come very often, the MD-11 and the 777. Very common at Sydney. There's sometimes more, depending on the busyness.
Oh yeah. No, Sydney definitely is a lot busier. Melbourne holds its own, but there's no match really at the end of the day.
And Stephanie Johnson asks, when does the stream end? Well, however long we can go for. We're hoping to get keep it going to around 1 p.m. when that Qatar 777 takes off. So
it's the freighter that lands. The Qatar 777 takes off in an hour.
Oh right, I thought the
No.
Qatar was coming in and then going at 1.
No.
Right, okay, now it makes sense. So the Qatar cargo, we're waiting for that to arrive.
And look at that. And yes, ARBZ. It might not be an old Tiger Air, but it does have the cowlings. They may have had that as a spare part over in the maintenance facility, and they just replaced one that was broken for Virgin. And the Atlas is scheduled to leave at 11:50 to Sydney.
Oh yes.
Well, would you look at that?
Bang on there. Looks like the Jetstar 787 is using the short runway.
It is. But that is great. Looks like we'll have a bit of an hour buffer to
Yes.
grab that Atlas. We might even delay the stream if it hasn't taken off by the 1 o'clock.
That's it, yeah. Got plenty of time. Just need this rain to sort of go away. Would be nice if it stopped
That's
bugging around with everything.
And I love traveling with Kay says, where do you film these? On top of a car park? Well, we actually are 1 level down, but yes, on a car park. We are at the Budget Terminals high-rise car park, which gives a great overview of the southern side of the airport. And this is, at a lot of airports, you'll find that the car parks are actually your best source of spots. They're usually right near the runway, right near the terminals, and give a nice overview if they're high-rise.
Yes, definitely somewhere I've been coming to spot for a long time. Especially when it's cold or raining, it's definitely the place to come, and not being out near those fields on the other side of the airport.
Correct. And this is JQ43 going to Denpasar, Bali. It's a 7878 Dreamliner. This is one of the many Dreamliners that Jetstar operate here at Melbourne. In fact, Melbourne is their base, so they have lots of flights and a big network here. And just before it goes, Aviator Max asks if there's any A380s at Perth. Unfortunately, at the moment there isn't. However, that will be changing in December, I think, when Qatar bring their A380s back to Perth on the evening flight. Emirates eventually will follow suit. Not sure when though. They haven't really announced it, but
sometime soon.
Hopefully. And Aviation Delta says you should do more streams HD. I love them so much, and Melbourne being my hometown, it's a bonus.
And so back to Aviation Delta. Yes, we do definitely plan to do more HD streams. A lot more in Melbourne, hopefully more frequently. Just we have to wait for the weather to get a little bit better. It's really, really unpredictable, this weather in Melbourne, and we don't want to try and stream, especially when they're using 1.6 and you have to stream outside and it's raining. It is impossible, and we don't want to get the camera equipment wet. So
Exactly. So we'll be playing that by ear. Whenever we can stream, we will, because we do genuinely enjoy it. It is good fun being out here, catching some stuff and engaging with everyone in the chat. And Aviator Max also says, and do you think Perth would be good for live videos? Depends on the runway. I think if they're using 03, you could sort of get away with it. You might have to wait for it to recover a little bit more as well. I know it is not as busy as it used to be. But I think eventually it will be ready for live videos. But for now, probably not. I think it might be a little bit too barren sometimes. There's a lot of quiet patches there. Like, look at Melbourne. Melbourne is quite a bit busier and it still has a lot of quiet patches.
Melbourne has definitely not got to pre-COVID frequencies yet. Definitely domestic, it's got back to pre-COVID frequencies. There's lots of milk runs and lots of domestic flights, and especially with Rex increasing their services now to 737 services, and you know, Virgin and Jetstar all increasing their services as well. Domestic is definitely back to what it used to be, but international, nowhere near where it used to be. It used to be able to come out and spot and have an international almost every 10, 15, 20 minutes, especially in the morning and in the evening. Now it's definitely more sporadic and spaced out and less frequent than it used to be.
Yep, that's it. Definitely the internationals have taken quite a heavy hit. Unfortunately, the main things I can think of off the top of my head that we haven't gotten back is the Chinese carriers.
It's a lot of the Asian stuff that's still only just opening up. And you know, a lot of those as well are still bringing some of their aircraft and airlines here, like Cathay Pacific and China Airlines. However, I believe a lot of them recently have just been cargo flights, if I'm correct. So
well, Cathay Pacific's now back to the passenger flight since it's opened up
again, which is good.
and increased to 6 weekly with the triples. Actually, in fact, the 777 will be coming a little bit later, and we'll be able to get that on stream, provided that we are able to run from the rain. But it does look like it's getting heavier in the distance, or it's lighter and it's just more misty. I can never tell.
On how to solve the situation.
We'll get to that in just a moment, because we've got Chris asking, do you post what day you're streaming before the stream happens on your community tab or Instagram? No, what I generally do is I'll schedule it the night before if I can see it's a good opportunity, and then if you're subscribed, you'll be notified. But I can also post that on the community tab. Honestly, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's definitely
I never.
good idea.
That actually didn't really pop into my mind, but that would be a good idea as well. So that's the best way to get notified. On Instagram, don't really post it. Probably should, but always have a bunch of time constraints surrounding that. And Melbourne Plane Spotting 380 says, I miss Qatar and Eddie had A380s. Me too. Certainly do miss those. They were the reason the afternoons were so great. And we unfortunately have lost the Air New Zealand to runway 27.
Oh yes, of course. The famous Air New Zealand being captured by runway 27. I'm not surprised.
Yep, it's just a tradition here at Melbourne. And here we have the Virgin Australia 737 going to Gold Coast as VA 735. Looks like there's actually a little bit of action surrounding the Qatar 777 over there, which will be taking off in about an hour's time at 11:30. So you've got the doors now open. We have it being refueled at the moment. Catering is going onto it. So promising signs of it going on time. And Chris says, thanks guys for being an inspiration for 5 years. You're amazing and I wish I could donate my life savings. See you next stream, guys. No, couldn't possibly accept it, like, for starters.
No need at all.
No, we're doing it. We love plane spotting. We love aviation. It's all right from passion. Honestly, we really do enjoy it. And being out here, even in the rain and the doom and the gloom, we're having a ball.
Yeah, exactly, that's it.
But really do appreciate that. Glad that we can inspire, and hopefully you can get some results over there at the in and out. Just keep that zoom out, maybe 100 millimeters to start off. I think that's plenty. You'll be able to get like a nice sort of wide angle. It gets nice and close and then goes past. But good luck with that, and hopefully you get some results. And Melbourne Plane Spotting 380 says they have a contract with runway 27.
Yes, I think Air New Zealand have done some under the table deals with runway 27 to pretty much 95% of the time arrive on 27 no matter what the winds are. I think it's super frustrating. It's hard to catch.
Oh yeah, that's it. They're really like, you know, a match made in heaven.
Yes.
Soulmates. Runway 27 and Air New Zealand.
Yeah, made for each other.
And Aviation Delta asks, do you ever plan to stream internationally? We certainly do. We're at the moment in the short term going to be focusing mostly on Australia. So we're going to be doing Sydney, Melbourne. Hopefully can do Brisbane towards the end of the year. It's just got to get a little bit busier, and I've got to figure out maybe a multi-camera system, because they have the split runways and you can't kind of run across the car park for a stream. For a 4K video, you can just run back and forth, which is what I do usually when I go there when something interesting's on the other side. But for a stream, you've really got to be a bit more prepared. Otherwise, that's not going to be the best viewing experience. So we will see what we can do there, and then hopefully take it internationally more towards Asia at the start of either next year or the end of this year, and then go towards the US next year and Europe next year again as well. Got a lot of equipment to upgrade as well before actually being able to do that properly. Last European trip with Sam for aviation videography and doing streams for him certainly was an eye-opener of what we have to change to be able to do higher quality. So we will sort of cater towards that, go from there. In the meantime, we have a few more 3-4 departures. We've got this Jetstar that's taxiing up the runway now, wearing the New World livery and the Sharklets, which is always nice to see. And also the Virgin Australia 737 is also lining up to runway 34 in just a moment. We may have a rival as well, because it is holding short there. Oh, we do. A Qantas 737 is on approach.
Yes.
And POG Qantas asks, will you ever make a video at Wellington or Christchurch? Yes, actually, I will be very, very soon. I have some footage of the Sophia 747 SP that I do want to release. Just seeing the best way to actually produce that, as I didn't get as much footage as I was hoping for. So it might be a shorter video, so I'm seeing if I can maybe extend it somehow, maybe do a bit of an Auckland and Christchurch video together. Just to really make a nice little plane spotting video, and to really showcase that 747 SP, which has now regrettably been retired.
Yes, unfortunately, it broke down, didn't it? It had some problems.
At Auckland it did. Oh, Christchurch it did,
Yes,
yeah.
it did. It's back in, is it back in the US now?
Yeah, it's in Palmdale.
Yeah, in Palmdale.
So now we're just waiting for that Qantas 737 to arrive as QF 611 from Brisbane. Yes, that's what I heard as well. Yeah, staircase got blown into the 747, which caused some structural damage, and it wasn't able to fly, which really is unfortunate for its last mission down south. But these things do happen in aviation, unfortunately. It is always a bit of a guessing game. And then next up we have the Virgin Australia 737-800 going to Sydney as VA835. Another milk run, Max.
Another milk run. We've seen plenty of them. Should almost title the stream Milk Run City. It's just incredible.
Just make a video of just milk runs.
Yeah, milk run. The milk run compilation.
You get about half an hour with the footage from this from this morning.
Just from the last hour.
Yep.
And
great to hear, Cam, that the stream's still looking good even with the rain. Has made things a bit tricky. We've had to move back. I'm glad the quality is still high.
I think we've got some heavy rain coming in now, about an hour's worth of heavy rain, and then hopefully it clears up after that. Just checked the radar about 2-3 minutes ago, and that's what it was looking like. So
we can march through that.
We can march through that, but we may have to sort of change things around if we have to, just in case that rain does start blowing into us.
Looks like it's going to be more than an hour.
Yeah, actually that looks more like maybe 2-3 hours of rain.
Looks like the rest of the stream is going to be rainy.
Yes, rain stream. And welcome Hall Caitlin to the stream. Hall Caitlin 27, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here today and hope you enjoy some Melbourne plane spotting. We've got some heavies hopefully departing soonish.
Very soon.
Singapore should be going soon, Thai should be going soon, and that Qatar will be taking off as well at some point. Oh, it is. Yes.
So,
perfect.
Max, I'm confused. So like it's either going to go one or two ways. Like you see the weather. It's looking pretty murky. It's either incredibly heavy rain or it's very, very, very light rain and
very
it makes it
misty rain.
Misty rain.
I can't tell, and I don't think we'll be able to tell until it hits us.
Yeah, when it hits us then we'll know.
Yeah.
Here we have that Virgin Australia 737 departing to Sydney. And good day down under Aviation and Trains. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. And that's right. It was nice and sunny this morning. It's hard to believe it's the same day, really.
I know. You would think it's a week difference, but like I said earlier, it is truly 4 seasons in one day is the Melbourne weather motto. We get everything here. It'll be sunny at one point, and then 10 minutes later, it is pouring and cold. Which is exactly what happened today. It was mild, it was sunny, beautiful contrast. Now the visibility is gone and it's cold, windy and raining. Very typical, and I'm sure this afternoon and evening will be sunny again.
So we're just waiting for our next heavy to come into view. We've got the Singapore Airlines A350 going to Singapore as SQ238.
On radar, but I can see its tail, but still waiting to see. It will come down to 3-4.
Either way, Singapore's a bit dicey sometimes.
Singapore can be very dicey, but
funnily enough, the 777 seems to go down 2.7 more than the 350.
It's very weird, yeah, I know. It's a very weird concept here at Melbourne. I think there's some favoritism for air traffic control using the 777 on 27.
So for those who don't know, runway 27 is a much shorter runway than runway 34. 34 is the main runway and officially the main runway for heavy aircraft. Unofficially, yes, not always.
That's it.
Air New Zealand, it is sort of interesting sometimes that the 777s go out with on 27 more than the A350s, being bigger aircraft. I know they are more powerful, but you'd think it's a heavier flight because they put the 777s on the busy flight.
Yes.
But they do request 27 personally a lot.
That's it, yeah.
And as we can see here, the Atlas 747 is being offloaded now. A bunch of stuff coming out from the back door there. And that should depart about 12 o'clock. So we've got a nice hour, 15 minutes before we get that departure. So we'll still be streaming by that point.
Yes, for sure. And the other problem, back on the runway 27 topic, the other problem with it is that there are next to no spots for plane spotting runway 27 arrivals and departures. It is really hard to get a nice close-up view of the entire arrival and takeoff. It's pretty much they had 2 spots that were really good for photography, and that was Mansfield Road and on the side of Sunbury Road as well. You could park your car and be right in front of 27 operations and get the arrivals. Not really for videos, but for photos for sure. I used to be able to park there and take photos of the arrivals, and now they've shut that off with a barrier. You can't park there, and you can't park close and walk because it's a busy highway road, which is very, very frustrating. And Mansfield Road they've closed off, which is also really frustrating as well.
Flooding here, but it looks like we got our answer to the question.
What is the answer?
Heavy rain.
Oh yes.
A lot heavier.
I reckon before that Singapore goes, we should try and change things up a little bit.
I think it should be safe for the time.
Probably move behind the car door.
You wouldn't get rotations in. At the moment, it's okay.
Alright, at the moment, if we have to change, we will.
The rain might be so heavy that the wind doesn't push it in.
Yeah, maybe. The wind can't hold on to it. That's it.
And then here is the Target. Oh, you can barely see it because of the rain.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's been sitting out there for a while.
Engine runs.
Yeah, I know. Just been doing engine runs for probably about half an hour or so.
There you go. Jacob says, I might go to Avalon tonight for the Qatar 748F. Yes, that would be definitely a cool catch. Hopefully it's not raining too much by tonight. I might be out there as well if they're using 3.6. There's a certain shot I want to get of it, but I need to have some decent visibility. So I might see you out there if you are definitely going to go around.
I would come out there as well, but I cannot be bothered making that long drive down to Avalon. It is a painful drive for sure on that one highway.
It's only an hour and a half for you.
Only an hour and a half. That's, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. And Qantas Guy 48 asks, hey, do planes land on runway 9? They do indeed. They usually when you don't want
them
them
to. Once in a
to.
blue moon, they
Actually,
do.
for the last 2 days they've been doing it.
Really?
Yeah.
Haven't been keeping up.
Just when you don't want them to.
Yes, that's it. It's
Actually, yesterday they closed runway 34 and 16 for works in the middle of the peak period. So everything went to 09
right.
instead because the winds were nowhere. It was like easterly.
Yeah, right.
So no 27. Which I'm sure our friend in the tower would not appreciate.
Yeah, no.
He was, if he was on shift, it would pain him to be over the comm saying,
probably on his coffee break.
yeah, you know what, he was,
That changed it to 09.
and he couldn't change it back.
He didn't have the chance.
I wonder when he's going on his coffee break now. There's a few things coming in that I don't want to go to 27.
Yeah, hopefully he's working at the moment. Hopefully he's up there. Look, I think he took a little break for a while and let all the 27 stuff, and then he came back up and said, no, 3-4, back to 3-4, what are we doing?
Who changed the runways? Just to reiterate, like, this isn't an actual person, it's just a joke.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, we don't know anyone up there that's doing this.
That's it.
But it does seem like that is the
probably on a
case.
bathroom break as well when Air New Zealand arrived.
No, he was there for Air New Zealand. He specifically requested them on 27.
That's it. And Arav Kumar says, when is the next takeoff? Right now there's a Jetstar A320-200 about to take off to Sydney. It is about to line up on runway 34. And the next international is Singapore A350. It's pushing back right as we speak. It's got its beacon on.
Oh, it is too.
And Qatar's come on radar as well. Don't know how true that is. Oh, is it? Oh no. No, it's still got stairs and everything attached to it. It might not be going for a little bit.
They've got GPUs on, or transponders on, sorry.
And
Not ready.
POG Qantas says, which do you like more, Qantas 737 or A321neo? Matt, what's your take?
Both about the same, to be honest.
Yeah, both are pretty similar. The A321neo is pretty sleek. I think I'd prefer to spot the 321neo than a 737. Depends on the airline though.
I'd say they're about as exciting as each other.
Yeah, for sure.
Hello Tim, how's it going?
Welcome Tim, thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoy the stream, hope you can stick around.
You can actually see the rain, like that's how heavy it is. Like you can see it on the screen, like.
Yeah.
And Max, where's this Jetstar going?
Sydney. Another milk run.
Sounded phenomenal.
That sounded very beautiful. There's that Singapore A350 pushing back right next to the Thai Airways A350. And that rain is really starting to blow into the car park. Felt it there before. It's very sporadic.
Yeah.
Classic Melbourne rain. And Tim Mark says, you guys on the T4 car park. Yes, we are undercover, thankfully. We would not be able to do this if we weren't undercover. But we are up at the T4 car park, for sure.
We planned ahead well.
We did plan ahead well. I said to Matt this morning, I think last night when it said it was scheduled to be rain, I said, we're definitely going to T4, there's nowhere else. I'll level down, make sure we're undercover.
Got a bit of a standoff here, Max. Look at that.
Oh yes, we love the standoff photos.
Looks like the Jetstar gave in there. The arrival.
Yes.
You know, I'm starting to take back my heavy rain theory.
It's very misty.
It's misty.
But I think it's heavy on the runway at the moment. But it's very misty here.
It's probably a mix of both.
It's probably a mix of both. I wouldn't be surprised.
And Robbie, good day.
Welcome Robbie, thanks for tuning in.
Robbie's been here for a little bit.
Oh, has he?
Sure has been.
There's been too many chats, I've been unable to keep up with everyone.
It's nice when it is heavy rain though, because you can see the runway and taxi lights all lit up because of the low visibility. And what's not so nice is the 27 takeoff right there. The dreaded right-hand turn.
Yes.
Tim, could you believe it? There was actually, 3 Jetstar 787s this morning flying.
Yeah, the 787s were actually flying, actually took off. Which is really weird to see at the moment. A lot of them apparently aren't, as far as I'm aware. Or taking...
Oh, look at that, they're doing some training over there in the rain.
Oh, geez. Got some fire going.
It's not fair, they got some natural help on that.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, we put it out in in 30 seconds flat, a new record.
Yeah, new record. Yeah, probably not the day to do training, but I guess you got to firefighters or whatever they're doing over there, got to do it in all days, all conditions.
It's actually quite cool to see because it is so like dark and misty over there.
Yeah, it's creating a bit of light.
The glow of the orange. It's quite cool.
A little bit of contrast maybe. Get some nice lighting. That's what we've got.
Oh boy. Oh, look at that! You can see all the foam and the retardant.
Oh yes. Wow, that's awesome.
Arav, we film pretty much anything that comes here. Takeoffs, landings, you name it. At the moment, there's mostly takeoffs on runway 34. but if there is a landing, we film it too. And we also film taxiing, anything, particularly on the streams as well. Anything that's sort of interesting that's happening in front of us, we will be filming it.
And Corner Sky 48 says, what do you prefer, Jetstar or Emirates? A landslide win for Emirates there. Emirates has incredible quality, a nice diversity of aircraft as well.
I think it's going 3-4.
Yes, it's coming this way. You never know though, it might make a quick right-hand turn and do a loop.
Oh, now don't say that.
Yeah, I just jinxed that, didn't I? No, it should come 3-4.
Yeah, that's looking as 3-4 as it gets.
Looking positive, that's always good. But yeah, definitely Emirates for the win there, for sure.
And yes, it is. That DHL is the Tasman Cargo. It's their second 767, and they are running it, I think, 5 times a week between Melbourne and Singapore. A great addition, and our only 767 service happens to be at night, but we do get the Fridays and the Mondays where it does sit on the ramp all day. So at least we get to see it during the day there.
It's funny, I've never actually got a photo of it here, because it never used to come very frequently. Arav Kumar asks, do you guys film all day or only specific timings? Sorry about that, just trying to film that Singapore A350 there. We film pretty much whenever anything's busy. We try and film especially in the morning or in the evening whenever anything's busy, because Melbourne can be quite dead, especially in the middle of the day.
Yeah, no, certainly don't film all day. Not with the state that Melbourne is in. You'll find that around midday it's very, very quiet.
But if you go to New York...
New York, then you're fine. You can do it all day, no problem. No, it really depends if anything noteworthy is coming in, or whether there's like a nice patch of international heavies coming in, or anything of interest. I know lately I've been going on Thursday afternoons for Air Vanuatu.
Oh yes, it's like caught that a couple of times together.
But we can never catch it enough. So it's honestly one of the nicest looking 737s. And Robbie Batista asks, Matt, have you been to California? I sure have been. In fact, I was there 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, not long ago.
Not long ago, I was in California catching the 0G727 at Long Beach.
Yes.
So I was in SoCal. Great place. And Corner Sky 48 has got to go. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Hope to see you on the next stream. And Tim asks, have you guys ever been told off by Fed police for filming near the boundary? I've been told off, yeah, many times by the Fed police. However, I'm usually very compliant with them. If they don't want you filming somewhere, I usually will stick with that. You don't want to cause too much trouble around the airport, and you don't want to ruin the hobby for everyone as well. But
yeah,
yes,
I've definitely had my fair share of dealing with police and airport security. Definitely spotting over at Operations Road. I've had the police drive by and pull over and chat to me about my what I was doing, and telling me to move along or move back or whatever. Yeah, and definitely with the airport security as well. They're not very friendly in Melbourne. They're very friendly in other airports, especially in places like Sydney. But Melbourne, they're not super friendly with us spotters, so it can be very frustrating at times. And this rain, this is the heavy rain. it's
This is what's causing.
but it's a lot of it. So it becomes heavy. It's light rain, but there's a lot of it, so it's very heavy.
If it stays like this, we just wipe the laptop down, wipe the camera down, and
I think we should put the table behind the car door. That'll block it, and then we can have the camera just on the outside.
So if you haven't already, do make sure to give the stream a like. It really does help Max and I out a ton here, as YouTube will then start promoting this to other like-minded aviation enthusiasts. And if you do want to see more live streams done at Melbourne Airport, Sydney, and eventually around the world, do make sure to subscribe, as the schedules are very, very sporadic. All about the weather, all about the runway usage. Don't have any set days in place. The rain is getting more and more westerly, isn't it? We're just wiping the laptop down continuously at the moment. Hopefully this does clear up a little bit. It was okay just before, but we can always, if you pull the laptop out, plug it into one of these, we can move the table back.
Yeah.
But I've got to move the tripod with it.
True. That's the problem. Or maybe we have to move the car down a little bit and then shuffle across like we did before. Go on the other side of that other pole. Or move that way. Maybe that would be better. I don't know.
First of all, you take these two apart, jackeries. So sorry about this, we're just trying to work best here with the rain. We don't want to end the stream, so we're just trying to figure out the best way that we can shelter ourselves from the worst of it. We just don't want to damage any of the equipment. If you can just continue to wipe down the laptop, just keep it as dry as possible. Yeah. Should be okay. These can handle a bit of wet.
Just giving everything a bit of a wipe down here. This rain is getting inside the car park. Having to make some adjustments here.
Exactly what we didn't want.
Yes, that's it. And Melbourne Airport spotting 14 says, "Rip, never been told off at ops and have been spotting for a year." Yeah, it's been pretty good recently. I don't think they're as concerned anymore, but I've been spotting for probably about 6 years now, and back quite a few years ago, probably about 3-4 years ago, they were very very concerned. I think they maybe had a change of of employees, They've got a bit nicer over the years.
I remember the silver cars were always the worst.
Yes. Always terrible. Welcome back, Stephanie. Glad to have you back. Tim Marks says, my 6-year-old loves your vids, by the way. He's subscribed. His favourite are the Singapore A350s, and he's been on one. That is awesome. Well, I'm really glad that we can create content that is enjoyed by everyone, and I'm glad that your 6-year-old loves our content, and hopefully we can continue to bring you heaps more of streams, and obviously our videos will continue to be posted every 2-3 days. And yes, the Singapore A350 is definitely an awesome one. I'm not surprised it's a favorite. And sorry about the black screen there every now and again. We're just doing some wiping off of the camera, making sure it doesn't get too wet. Trying to cover it up a little bit now so that we can get away from this rain. And Tim Marks, yes, the A350 engines are sweet sounding. They are beautiful.
And it looks like it's a 787 arrival.
It is Jetstar 787 from Ho Chi Minh City. I think we need to move some things around here.
I think we just wipe the laptop down.
It's getting wiping down doesn't do much now. The towel is really wet now. I might have to move back further.
No, we can't. This is fine. Like, because if we move back too far, so we're just trying to figure out how we're gonna get around this this rain. It is blowing in our face now, so we're just gonna see if we can move it back.
Just sorting some things around, trying to move things around to get away from this rain. It's really belting in now. We want to keep this stream going, so Matt's going to move his car away so we can make sure we have an open area. And Tim Marks, yes, crikey, a Jetstar 787 in the sky. Very rare at the moment. They're having lots of problems with their 787 Dreamliners. I've heard in the news a lot about what's going on. People are in uproar about it, for sure. Alright, we're just going to move some things around. We'll be back in a second.
It looks like we do have that Thai A350 departing. It's just pushed back now. Right on time. Oh, actually 10 minutes late, but that's pretty decent. The fun of streaming in the rain, Max.
Yes.
The stress behind it. So sorry we haven't been able to keep up with the chat. We've been dealing with the weather, trying to move, trying to figure out the best way to do this. It was not supposed to be blowing in our face.
Yes.
It was really good just before. But we do have that Thai A350 TG466 going to Bangkok, and that has pushed back now. We have that Jetstar 787 that just landed, taxiing right in front of it. So we are trying to make the most of the weather, trying to work around it as best we can. And we've got some good heavies coming in very soon, Max. The China Airlines 350, the Scoot, and the Cathay Pacific 777. And got about
finally a little bit more action.
Yes, great to see. So the morning rush is slowly trickling on its way out for the departures now. And then we will get some more arrivals, and a few more departures will trickle in too. Just going to see that Qatar is actually a bit early, 12:46 now on the 777. So we'll try and we'll stick it out for the Qatar 777 and also the Atlas 747. And then I think from there we'll probably
Call it a day.
call it a day. Yeah, get away from the weather.
Yes, get inside for sure.
And Winchester says doing an incredible job under difficult weather conditions, absolutely bucketing down Taylor's Lakes area, which is not too far from where you are at the moment. Yes, I can actually see. Well, I know I can't see Taylor's Lakes because it's raining pretty heavily. Can't really see too much. It's probably about to bucket down here as well, but we're giving it our best shot. Moving back has certainly helped, but we have lost a little bit more of the view. We're trying to slot it between the poles, but still get the landings and the takeoffs. Incredibly difficult to pull this off.
Yes, for sure. I think we've sort of managed to get out of the rain a little bit better.
Yeah, we've managed to get out of
The rain seems to be easing. As soon as we move it, it eases up.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Always the way.
Always the way.
So yes, really appreciate that, Winchester. Appreciate your support and understanding the difficulty of the conditions we are facing right now. And Stephanie asks, have you been on an Airbus A380? I have indeed. I was on one not too long ago, flying Qantas from was it Sydney to London?
Yes, Sydney to London via Singapore.
Via Singapore. So 2 380 flights was
Awesome.
pretty good. What about you, Max?
Yes, I've been on the A380 a couple times. I've been on the Qantas 380 between Sydney and Dallas, and I've also been on there between Melbourne and LA and Melbourne. I've also been on the Emirates A380 from Melbourne to Auckland, back when they used to fly Dubai, Melbourne, and then Auckland. Used to flew that A380 to Auckland. It was an awesome flight. It's a beautiful aircraft to be inside for even for a 3-hour journey.
And Nico, what is our favorite type of aircraft? Mine personally is the IL-96.
Yeah, that's definitely IL-96 has got to be up there for me as well. Probably the Airbus A340 600. It's got to be one of my favorites as well. It's a pretty awesome aircraft for sure.
Do bear with the. I'll tell them to bear with the black screen.
We're just trying to clean up the camera again, so the screen's going black, as you can see there. That's just because we're wiping down the camera lens because it's getting really wet, and we're trying to. Yeah, it's getting absolutely drenched, so we're just trying to keep everything as dry as possible. So it's going black for a little bit. That's just us cleaning it. This rain is very westerly and it's very frustrating. And Nabila asked what happened to 747. And the 747, the Atlas 747, if that's what you are referring to, has already landed. It's at the cargo stand at the moment. Looks like either it's loading up or loading off. As you can see on your screen there. And this rain and wind is really horrible right now. It is, oh, the westerly winds are terrible. The chat has now disappeared. 1 second. Let me get it back up. There we go. This is not fun, is it? It was very nice this morning, but it's really taken a turn for the worst here. A laptop, the camera is all getting drenched. These winds are terrible. Yeah, really westerly winds now. And yes, Chris, that is right. Matt and Sam were on the inaugural flight, the A380 inaugural flight back to LAX. It was pretty cool. I was very jealous of them at the time. I wish I could have gone, but I had other plans, so I was unable to go, but I was definitely very jealous. It looked really cool that they were able to fly on the inaugural return flight of that A380. It was sad to see them gone for a couple of years, but it's good to have them back. But of course, not back at Melbourne. Only little glimpses of them. I think it came for a week doing the LA flights and then left again. I think it's coming back though over the next few months, which should be good. Wind is getting super heavy. And Tim Mark says, yes, look, it's my deliveries from Amazon coming off Atlas. Yes, probably mine as well.
Oh. Just keep it away, keep it down below this. That. And doing that will be able to keep that laptop dry.
Yeah, but this might fling if the wind picks up. What? Yeah, but it's wind's stronger than me. RF Kuma asked, when will the Virgin in the left of the frame take off? It's actually just doing engine runs. It's been doing them for about an hour now. So I don't know if it'll be taking off anytime soon. It might be taking off later tonight, but it's just doing engine runs at the moment. It's been sitting out there for a while. As you can see it next to that Thai A350. We're going to extreme measures here to keep this stream going. We've got the umbrella out. I'm going to be holding it in front of the laptop and the table and everything, so our stuff stops getting wet, but the camera's still in jeopardy from the rain. We're doing our best.
The camera is still in jeopardy.
Yes. Oh, this is hard to hold. Chris says the visibility at Melbourne is 10 kilometers. It feels about not even a kilometer. You can barely see anything. And Tim Marks asks, are you guys heading to the air show in March? Absolutely, yes. We are very excited for the Avalon Air Show. We'll definitely be securing tickets as soon as they come out. They've been teasing them for the last little while. But we'll definitely be there for sure. So you might see us there if people are coming down to the air show. We'll be there for sure. Oh boy.
Oh, this is nasty. Camera can survive it with a towel like this.
That's how long we can survive. This umbrella is a gym workout. Oh boy.
Oh no.
This is not looking too good. As you can see out there, if you're just tuning in, the rain is our death at the moment. It is not helping us. We came out here, it wasn't supposed to rain too much today from this morning's radar. It's supposed to rain a little bit, but now the rain is heavy as anything and it is killing us. We're doing all our measures to keep this stream going. Yeah, everything is getting wet. This was not what we expected when we saw the radar this morning. We expected it last night, but when the radar changed this morning, and Stephanie, thanks for tuning in. We're glad that you've been able to support us for this, pretty much this entire stream. You've been here from the start. Thank you so much for joining in. We appreciate you being here and all your support and chatting with us. We hope to see you next time. And Azad Cameron says, it's absolutely bucketing down. My backyard garden is soaked. Yeah, well, we're soaked ourselves here. It is horrible here. It is very, very wet, but we are doing our best. And this Thai 350 looks like it's
Finally going.
finally going. It's sat there for a while.
Off to Bangkok. It's the winds, the rain.
Got everything going today.
Just waiting for that tire to take off now.
It's taking its time.
Definitely taking its time.
It took its time to holding short. Now it's taking its time to go.
And Chris is very optimistic. The rain will stop it in Melbourne at 1 p.m.
The rain never stops here.
That's not Melbourne style.
Hopefully it does, but we cannot count on it.
At the moment it looks pretty consistent.
Yeah, the radar's not looking friendly at all.
Not at all. Tim, you might be right.
If it's waiting for the rain to stop, it'll probably be there all day.
Oh yeah.
All week, probably.
All week, just on the end of the runway there.
That's it.
Yeah, Assad, that's correct. This is Melbourne. Sunny 1 minute, pouring the next. That is indeed Melbourne.
Here it goes.
Wow, the visibility is taking a turn.
Visibility is next to nothing.
I can't even see 27 anymore.
Yeah, no. Oh god, I can barely see the end of 3-4. And Melbourne Plane 2380 asks, when's the next trip, Matt? Well, we're hoping in a few weeks that we'll be able to do Sydney. Myself, Matt, and hopefully Sam, Aviation Videography, will be able to go up to Sydney and do a night or two up there. And hopefully stream as well. Tried to stream earlier this week. Matt and I went up to Sydney, but Matt unfortunately fell a bit ill and we were unable to stream without him sounding like Darth Vader.
Let's check the rain radar.
Jeez. Chris says, I kind of prefer rain all day, every day. Being from California, we need rain, not fires. I do like the rain myself, but not when I'm out spotting.
I like the rain from a distance.
Where's the radar?
And Tim, we are able to see the end of runway 27 from here. Unfortunately, not at the moment though. The visibility is so bad that we can't really see anything.
This rain does not look like it's clearing up anytime soon.
Let's have a look at the... Oh. Oh no.
Not looking good.
What are you using there?
Bomb weather.
Oh yeah. Can I have a look at it again?
Yeah.
What's calm? That's calm.
Yeah. That's calm.
So it's clear.
Yeah, but this is coming as well.
Dude, the rain. It stopped.
Please don't jinx it. And Tim Marks asks, can you guys see runway 27 from where you are or airport building in the way? Well, we usually can see 27. Or did you already answer that?
Sure did.
I was not paying attention. Sorry about that. But yes, visibility is horrible right now. ATIS is saying visibility 4,000 meters. Yes, I doubt it's even that. It doesn't feel like 4,000 meters visibility at all. Oh, it's even worse than before.
Now we wait for the next arrival or departure.
Due to the westerly winds, you'll find that most things have been going to runway 27. That wreck's just coming in there from runway 34 for us. We'll have to just quickly clean the screen again, so it won't be a moment. Max, I don't know about you, but I think it might be worth cutting it short. Unfortunately,
I think we might have to cut it.
The weather is not making this easy at all.
It would be fine if it's raining, but the fact that it's raining and blowing up into the car park straight to our faces, into all the camera equipment, the stream equipment, is super frustrating. It's really hard to manage here.
Yeah, no, definitely hard. I think, and there's not much action going on right now anyway.
Not much action, well, yeah, for sure.
It is clearing in the distance. Should we stick it out?
I don't think it's going to clear very soon. I think Chris is right. I think it'll clear around 1, 2 p.m.
But it's not, I'm not saying it's gone, but I'm saying it's moving. Because look, I can see the distance now. Like, we can see 27 again. Maybe I think we should try.
It's up to you.
Might be able to push through another hour.
There's not much action though, that's the problem.
We've got the China Airlines coming in very shortly. We're just tossing up whether or not it is worth trying to stick this out. We have a couple of heavies coming northbound right now.
Oh.
Whether they go to 27 or not is another question.
If they go to 27, then maybe that's our sign.
Yeah, let's have a look. I can see the end of 27. There is some improvement.
Yes, there is some improvement.
We could actually do this. And Cam, yes,
We're both very soaked though.
We are drenched, but Cam, like, this is, yeah, we always put in the extra mile here.
This is the passion.
this is the passion side of things.
Oh, and Arav says thunderstorms are due at 1. Oh no. Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Oh, we'll see how that one goes.
Yeah.
Maybe if they just hold off a little bit.
Yeah.
Actually, if we finish up 12:45, what? That's an hour for the Qatar cargo. If it, I can see the end of 27 a bit better. This
rain is very bad. I'm not bothered, but this rain is just not making it fun.
This rain is very unfriendly.
And of course, the one wind we were not expecting, the one wind direction we were not expecting it to be, was coming into the car park. And of course, when the rain comes, the wind changes to us. That's just how it seems to go. I'm just cleaning the camera there again.
The rain settled down, so the lens might actually stay dry for a minute.
Yeah, it looks like it's still very misty and spitty.
Yeah, it's definitely misty, but...
And Melbourne Plane 2380 says, what heavies are going out? Well, hopefully that Atlas 747-400 is
China Airlines is going 3-4.
Oh, we've got some 3-4 action. China Airlines is coming 3-4, which means hopefully Scoot will follow suit. What other departures do we have? Heavies. Atlas, yeah, that's about it. I think Atlas.
Oh, the Qatar.
The Qatar. Oh yes, the Qatar.
The Qatar. Oh, Vietnam. 350.
And Vietnam 350. We're just
I think we should stick it in. I'm saying we should do the stream for 1 more hour. Stick it out for that little rush of heavies.
We'll see how we go. If it gets any heavier, then it's probably a sign. But with this light rain, it's probably okay.
As long as it stays sort of like this, it should be fine.
And hello, Joshua. Thank you for joining. Yes, it is raining. It is pouring. It's very frustrating rain as well. It's not the rain we wanted. Rain coming in towards the car park with the wind, pushing it onto our equipment and our faces, but we'll stick it out. We'll do out what we can, but if it gets any heavier, we may have to reconsider our willingness to be in this rain. I think we can do it.
I think we can pull it off. The gear will be fine because the umbrella that we have is quite big.
The one that I'm holding.
The one that...
Oh.
Careful, muscles, don't want to hit the capture card there.
Yeah, we do not want to do that at all.
So we should, provided it stays like this. Look, you can see the end of 27 there on screen with that Virgin 737 is in the back.
Just. And Diamond Cutter _23 says, absolutely love the live stream from this channel. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate the support. We have a driving passion to keep this live stream going. And thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate you being here and supporting us. And Chris says it was answered but couldn't hear at the moment. What's your favorite plane and livery? We're sorry if there's any mic problems, by the way. Trying to hold on to a whole bunch of things. I'm trying to hold on to an umbrella and then talking to the mic. But we said before, what did you say your favorite aircraft was before? The IL-96?
IL-96.
For sure, and I said mine was probably either the IL-96 or the A340-600. Got to be one of my favorites for sure. Any A340 is beautiful.
So it looks like we have a tug. Oh, what is that?
Oh boy, so China Airlines decided it was going to go 3-4, and then I think the 3-4 ATC operator went on his break, and the 27 guy stepped in and said, no, we're changing your course.
Oh,
so it looks like China Airlines is going runway 27, which is super frustrating.
Definitely frustrating. We will...
Which means Scoot will probably follow that on.
Yep, Scoot will likely follow suit.
And Melbourne Planespotting 380 says Atlas has filed a 3-4 departure. Yeah, we would expect, based off where it's sitting and based off how heavy it might be, it would go 3-4. If it went 2-7, I'd be very surprised. But then again, the Atlas 7...
Well, it's only going to Sydney, it can do it at once.
True, but the Atlas 744 that brought Manchester United went 2-7, so I'd never have trust anymore. Yeah. Then again, it was only carrying a few players.
We can see the tugs being attached to that Qatari at the moment. So we're going to get at least the Qatar 777 takeoff. That should go 3-4. I don't think they're going to send that 2-7. Even though it's going to Adelaide.
If that goes 2-7, maybe that's when we cut the stream.
Scoot is definitely 2-7 though.
Yeah, Scoot will 100% go 2-7.
Scoot is going 2-7.
350 is going there.
I really, let's see what the feet, it's holding at 7,300. That seems like a 2-7 height to me.
Yes, that's definitely a 2-7 height.
Should be about 8,500 for 3-4 where it is.
Joshua Leclerc says this is a great show. Happy Friday, great day for rain. Yes, not great day for rain for us. It's, like I said before, it's always nice when you're inside and you're cozy and the rain comes. It's always a nice feeling, but when you're out spotting, trying to stream, put on a show, the rain is not friendly, especially at the airport in Melbourne when the rain means cold.
That's it, in front of the fireplace with a nice movie on. I do apologise for that, the microphone was knocked off the table. As I was saying, in front of the fireplace with a nice
cup of Joe.
Nice cup of Joe with a movie on.
Hot chocolate.
We love the rain,
but yeah, right now it's not too fun. And we've got some gifted memberships by Diamond Cutter 23 to Melbourne Planespotting 380, Action Banana 511, Jeffrey Walker, Bustleton Planespotting, and Bible Rocks Guitars and Gear Show. Thank you so much, Diamond Cutter, for gifting those memberships. We really appreciate that support. That is awesome of you. You're a true superhero, mate. Really appreciate that. Gifting out those memberships. That is absolutely awesome.
Really do appreciate that, mate. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, supporting what Max and I are doing here in the rain.
Yes.
Putting
sticking it out for you guys, trying to bring on the show.
That's it. We're sort of hoping that some of these other heavies decide to use 3/4. We know that that guitar right there, most likely will, what, 99% chance?
Million%.
It's almost like their policy to use the longest runway.
Yeah, it is.
I'm pretty confident the Vietnam 350 will take off on 3/4. And obviously we have the Atlas over here, filed for, what was it, 12 o'clock, was it?
11:50, I think.
11:50.
Around then. So hopefully soon. It looks
So
like
we should
it's
get
still
some
loading up a little bit.
Should hopefully get some departures, and then we will hopefully get that Cathay Pacific as well. The 777. Hopefully that comes down runway 34. We hope that our runway 27 guy in the tower goes on another coffee break.
He deserves one.
I think he deserves one. No, he deserves a day off.
Yeah, he deserves a week off.
Forever off.
Yeah, forever off. Put him, get him to resign. And Melbourne Plane Spotting 380 says Atlas could go 27. Def possible, but it is fired for 3/4. Yes. I'm 99% confident it will go 3/4. I'll be super surprised if it goes 27.
Yes. Yeah, me too, because it's a much quicker taxi to 3/4 over 27 from where it's parked.
And it has the length, even though it's just going to Sydney, it does have the length of 3/4 runway to enjoy, to take off as much room as it needs.
And you see that, Max? It looks like now they're loading it up.
Loading it up. So probably not an 11:50.
I don't think so.
Maybe more around 12:15.
Yeah, I'd say something like that, because it is filed here for 12. You never know, they could finish loading that in 10 minutes.
Yes.
It depends how many pallets they need to get on it. And once again, Diamond Cutter, thank you so much. Really, really do appreciate that, mate. And Tim asks, what's your other channel? Not sure if I'm subscribed to you both. Actually, Max is just helps here on HD Melbourne Aviation. If you're thinking of Sam, he does aviation videography.
Yes.
So I've helped out quite a bit with the streams, and we did that in Europe together. So aviation videography is that channel. So the visibility's picking up here, Max. The rain is...
Yes.
I think we've seen the worst of it, but then again, I don't want to jinx that.
I think we have. It's definitely easing up, but we don't want to, you know, jump the gun here.
And
anything's possible.
Exactly, anything is possible, as we've learnt this morning. And Assad says Garuda Indonesia returns next month as well. Very cool news. Definitely cool news, and I think that is the last Southeast Asian carrier, aside from the mainland Chinese carriers,
yes,
to have needed to return to Melbourne to get all of them pre-COVID. So we are definitely great to get that back, and hopefully we can get the Bali route back soon as well.
Yes, for sure.
Because they used to fly that twice a day, and Jakarta once. So we got the Jakarta one. I think it's like weekly, and then to 2 weekly in December or something.
Yep, I believe so, from what I've heard.
So definitely good. I know Sydney gets the Denpasar route still.
Yes, they do. Frequently get 777 in Sydney.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, no. It's all the A330s now, but recently, the start of the year, they were getting the 777s, especially the Garuda, is it the retro livery, or what's it called?
It's the government one.
The government livery, that's I think it's the president's livery or something. That's what it's called. That is a awesome livery that I've definitely caught before.
I can actually see Taylor's legs again.
Oh yes.
So you see, they're just... Hopefully that's it.
Hopefully that's all they need to load up. So
Are
it should be.
Are they putting down? No, they're picking up the cones.
Yes.
I wasn't watching. So if they're picking up the cones, that means they're going to move the loader. So it might actually go roughly on time. Maybe like 5-10 minutes late.
Yeah, probably at 12. I would assume it will push back. If it shuts its door.
Please shut the door. And Melbourne Plane Spotting 380 says AirAsia should be coming back soon to Mel, not Avalon. Correct.
I heard Melbourne is where it's going to be coming back, and they're also sending Thai Air Asia here as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, awesome.
So we're going to have cheap flights to Bangkok.
Oh, beautiful.
And cheap flights to Malaysia, so we can always get behind that.
For sure.
And Tim says, I was looking at a holiday next year, and the lack of direct flights to holiday destination is still very bad. Yes, it's still on the rise here at Melbourne. We're slowly but surely getting there. But I wouldn't expect to see a lot of those destinations that we used to have and some of the really cool routes back until sometime next year. Maybe
Probably
mid next year.
Middle, end of 2023 for sure.
It'd either be March or October is when the northern summer season switches over.
Yeah.
The schedules change.
So that's around when it will be. And Chris asks, or says, I'm probably confused, but your favorite aircraft, I don't get the 96 part. Sorry guys, no, that's alright. It's definitely a different style of aircraft, the Illusion 96. Not sure what the 90, does the 96 mean anything, or is it just like 747? It's just the number at the end.
It's the type. It's got IL-76, IL-96, IL-62, so it's like the type.
Yeah. Just the type of aircraft. Nothing too much behind it.
You have to clean the camera again.
Yeah, cleaning the camera again, making sure this rain doesn't affect it too much. And Arav Kumar asks, where is this Atlas that is sat in front of us flying? It is going to go to Sydney. It's filed for a Sydney flight, which is what most 747 freighters do when they come to Melbourne. Most freighters in general that come to Melbourne will fly either from or to Sydney. It's usually how it works here. We're sort of the middleman of everything.
Yeah. In the distance we've got the China Airlines. Oh, look at the spray on that, Max. It's a shame it didn't come 3-4.
Beautiful, yeah, I know. If it came 3-4, that is incredible.
Incredibly rough.
That spray was almost just pretty much went over the plane in height.
Yeah,
It's incredible to watch.
incredible. So we should, with any luck, get the Cathay 777 landing and 3 takeoffs within the next...
I wouldn't bank on the 777 for Cathay coming 3-4. If China Airlines went 2-7, I'm going to guess that's the same. But we'll keep positive.
I'm going to say Cathay's got more of a chance going 3-4 than China Airlines.
Yeah, true. That is very true.
China Airlines, they do like their 2-7s. Remember when we came out, before I left to Europe?
Yeah.
And it went straight down 2-7,
no
questions
asked.
asked.
Jellybrand.
For Jellybrand. Redeemed it for you.
Yes. And Alo Haddock says, I remember the good old days, rain or snow, a schedule has to be met. Welcome freight delivery world. Yes. Always got to be moving. The freight never stops, no matter what, especially in COVID as well. The freight could never stop with more people packaging, getting more, buying more things online and everything. The freight can never stop.
I guess you could say the freight's got to go.
Freight's got to go.
And Arav, the Qatar is actually going to be going to Adelaide. It's a new service, so Melbourne has a limited amount of slots for the for Qatar Airways. I think 7 is what they're allowed, or I think it's in Australia wide. They split it all up. So in order to bypass that, they need to fly through a regional or a smaller city as a triangle route. So that's what they're doing now. They're doing Adelaide. So they're doing Doha, Melbourne, Melbourne, Adelaide, Adelaide, Melbourne, Melbourne, Doha.
Yep.
So we've got triple the Qatar 777 flights at the moment,
Yep.
which is quite fitting. So we'll be going to Adelaide any minute now. It was scheduled to go about 10 minutes ago. The tug and everything's on it, so it will be going, and it should go 3-4. The Atlas door is shut, so that might go right on time as well.
Yep.
And Winchester says, good news, rain slowed right down here now. Hopefully it'll clear up a bit for you soon. Yes, it's slowed down here as well. We can actually, we can sort of relax a little bit now. It was pretty bad just before with all that rain. It was drenching the camera, drenching the gear. We've got the umbrellas out now, got it all ready. Weren't expecting it to hit quite as hard as it did. But we're gonna try and stick through it and get this stream continued on, at least for the heavy departures.
If that Cathay 777 goes to runway 27, we'll probably call it a bit earlier, because I would assume at that point that the Qatar Cargo would do the same.
Where's that coming from?
Qatar Cargo?
Yeah.
Malaysia.
Oh, yeah.
So it'll probably do the same.
It was Doha and Seafood. Kuma asked, have you guys ever flown Etihad? I'm flying it on Sunday. I have not myself. Matt, have you ever flown Etihad?
I have flown Etihad. So it's a really nice airline.
Hope you enjoy that flight, mate. I've heard good things about Etihad, but I've never flown it myself. And yes, that's right, Atlas will definitely be light going to Sydney. Didn't look like they packed much on there for sure.
Tim's getting the rain, we're getting Max, or we had.
Oh, yes.
That was dreadful. Suffice to say, it answered our question whether it's light, misty rain or heavy rain. It was heavy.
Definitely heavy.
So there's that China Airlines from Taipei, CI57. Landed, unfortunately, on runway 27. Didn't give us the best opportunity. It looked like it was going to go 3-4, and then it just did a last-minute turn. Our friend at ATC decided that he wanted to ruin some more days.
Yep, that's it.
Jack Aviation, g'day, g'day. How's it going there, mate? Welcome to the Melbourne stream. Let's get a bit of an update on that Atlas. So we've got the doors closed, the stairs are still attached.
So we've probably got another 10-15 minutes, I reckon, till it pushes.
You never know, they can move those real quick. Kind of hope so. Once they shut that door, we're in business.
Looks like there's a guy in the door waiting for clearance to shut it.
Calling out to the cockpit. Can we shut it yet?
Yeah.
Can we shut it now?
That's funny.
Alright.
Airlines just finished pulling into the gate at the international terminal here at T2.
Oh yeah, but it's taken where Thai was.
Yes. Scoop gone around the back, probably.
Yep. So just looking at that Cathay, it's coming downwind now, Max. Where is it going to go?
I'm going to put my money on 2.7, but I'm going to pray for 3.4.
Yeah, you know, I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
Money's on 2.7, but praying for 3.4.
That's it.
That's all you can do. So look at some of the takeoffs. Air New Zealand 777 is also filed for 12.10, but we know that's going to go 2.7.
Oh, easily.
Definitely a 2.7 job.
That's why I'm thinking if Air New Zealand went there, I mean, I know it always goes there. That's just why I'm feeling Cathay will also go there. Because you just never know.
So I'd say out of the three heavies that were coming in, Qatar, not Qatar.
Cathay has the best chances of going 3.4.
Cathay has the best chances of 3.4.
Well, it's today. Everything's
Yeah.
going sideways today.
Yeah, I think the strong westerlies are like pushing everything, or the most things they can, to 2.7.
That's it. The sun is trying to peek out at the moment.
What? What do you mean?
Look, it's getting really light now. The visibility is cleared up so much.
Oh my god, now I believe it's 4,000 meters.
Yeah, now it's 4,000.
Now it's 4,000.
That's it.
Look at that. I think staying was a good idea, Max.
That's it, yeah, I think so. Let's not hold up this umbrella anymore.
You know what? I don't think we have to.
Oh, yeah. I get my arms back.
So we have finally gotten rid of the wet weather gear.
Yeah.
It's clear enough now for the time being.
Still pretty cold though.
We hope that everything is gone by round 2.
And welcome SKM, thanks for joining in. And Arav asks, will you guys be streaming Sunday afternoon? Maybe, it's a possibility. I think it would be more likely to stream on Monday or sometime early next week, because given Sunday is 2 days away and the weather is not looking friendly for the weekend. I believe it's supposed to rain tomorrow. I don't know about Sunday.
I do apologize about.
Yeah, we're just cleaning the camera up again, as we've been doing, just to make sure you have the best quality there. And SCP dude says rain is everywhere. Yes, it seems to be clearing up a little bit. Fingers crossed that it stays this way, and maybe the sun might come out later on.
And we never seem to learn from our mistakes, because once again we have just jinxed it.
Yes, we do not, but all we can do is hope that it starts to improve, I mean. And Tim Marks asks, have you guys flown Rex MEL to Sid yet? If so, how's the service? I actually have. I flew them in April, up on, I think it was, yeah, the first flight out. I think it was at 7 a.m. Out to Sydney, and it was really good service. They're really friendly staff. They gave a snack, baggage was, and the flight was pretty cheap, and you get a bag included and you get a snack. Unlike flying Jetstar or Virgin, where they give you nothing and you got to pay extra for everything. But or flying Qantas, where you pay double the price.
Just a little bit bitter there, are we, Max?
Just a little bit bitter. I've not had some friendly times with Jetstar, but Rex is definitely a good choice. They're a low cost and they definitely give you good service. And I think I mentioned earlier, it was very weird. When I flew Rex, they had the Virgin Australia cabin inside, so they had like the purple and red and seats and stuff inside, which was very weird. Flying on Rex, but in a Virgin Australia cabin. They had the Economy X purple window shades up to block off Economy and Economy X. That was very weird, but it's definitely worth it for sure. And Assad Kamran asks, don't want to ask too much from you guys, but would you ever consider doing a night live stream? You never have to apologize for asking too many questions. We love answering them, and it's so much better when you guys just keep engaging with us. We can have a chat. It makes some of the dead periods of spotting a lot more fun and a lot more engaging. And do we consider doing night streams? Yes, for sure.
Definitely is something I'm trying to make work, because nighttime is one of the busiest times for Melbourne. Again, it is all about the runways to try and make all that happen. But yes, the short answer, eventually we'll be pulling out some night streams at Melbourne, and definitely stay tuned for that. Get a lot of A380 action, which I'm really looking forward to. And Random Kid asks, would that Qatar Airways be leaving today? Actually, yes, right now.
Pushing back right
there
now.
It is, on pushback. Hopefully we'll go runway 34 for us.
That's not pushing the right way though. That's pushing a very unfriendly way.
So Max, I don't want to alarm you, but
If you look on the horizon there, I see a bit of rain.
I see a lot of rain.
Oh boy.
I see a bit of a storm swirling up over there,
Oh, don't say that.
over the mountains. Oh boy.
So we can only hope this this Atlas decides to
Go now.
go now.
This Jetstar is going to get in its way. So, oh, it's still got its door open. That
Yeah.
guy's still standing in there.
It's got a tug on it though.
It does have a tug. That's good news.
So good news on that. It's inching closer and closer to its departure. And no, we have not broadcasted from Anchorage. Definitely want to. Definitely think it'd be really, really cool. Anchorage is really just a world-class, one-of-a-kind airport. Be well worth doing it. Hopefully one day when we can get back up there. And Random Kid asks, is there any A380 at Melbourne today? Love to see one. There is an A380 here.
Not on the stream though.
Yeah, unfortunately not on the stream. It came early, so well before we even started setting up. It landed at about 6:10 this morning. We were setting up at about 6:20ish. And it's still at the terminal here, the Emirates. That was EK406. And that came in from Dubai on the daily flight. Gonna take off at about 9:30 p.m.
Alright, the tug is off the Qatar.
Tug is off Qatar.
Let's see, it's got pretty much one chance to make a left-hand loop, a U-turn, to come 3-4.
It's got to make 2 left-hand turns otherwise.
Yeah, well, otherwise it is going to go to 2-7.
Regrettably. And now let's have a look. Cathay is
Still downwind.
downwind. That could go still either way. The money is on 2-7, but we pray for 3-4. Be phenomenal for the stream to be able to get that Cathay 777. It is a recent upgrade here at Melbourne. Cathay Pacific tend to operate with A350s, and before that was A330s.
Yes.
We did have a daily 777, but it was all at night. So being able to get that during the day is really, really good. So it still could go either way at the moment. It's at 7,000 feet. I think that's going to 2-7.
Yes, that's going to 2-7.
That's
It's 95% going to go 2-7. It's at that altitude.
yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking. It could do a last minute turn, you never know. But it kind of would want to turn sort of now. It's already at Clarkfield.
Yeah, that's sort of that over Clarkfield is when you want it to start drifting right to come towards 3-4.
That's at 6,000 feet now.
Oh boy, that's definitely 2-7.
Yeah, that's almost 100% 2-7. So I think the Qatar freight will probably do the same thing. So we'll grab this Qatar, we'll grab that Atlas, and then I say we wrap the stream up for today.
I believe so, yes.
That's sort of the best we can do, and we'll definitely over the next couple of days bring out another one.
Absolutely.
Just got to pick the right weather, the right day, and we'll be able to pull that off. And
So
Cathay is 2-7.
Cathay's turning now, it's banking left up over Clarkfield, so it's definitely going to be going 2-7.
And Arav, the Brunei is going to go at about 3:30, so not anytime too soon. And we have movement on the Atlas. Would you look at that? The door is now shut.
Oh,
The
beautiful. I'll move the stairs and get going.
That's it. The ground crew are now going down the stairs. They're going to move those stairs, push it back, and then hopefully it goes 3-4 like it is expected to.
That's it.
There we go. Lots of movement around it now, so we'll get a nice shot of that pushback. That's going to be great. And yes, the fire training has been awesome this morning. Even in the heavy rain, they were
Bustling their way, they were working hard.
That's it. They're bustling their way through it. And oh no! And Tim says if you shut the stream, it means I'll have to do some work this afternoon. That is as unfortunate that we've put you in that situation.
I have to keep the stream going just so he doesn't have to get back to work.
That's it. That's like a valid excuse. You know, Melbourne Airport. You can't.
That's what used to happen when you were doing these streams on Sam's in Europe. And you're sitting there watching it for ages, and then a few hours go by, and I got stuff to do.
Oh no, responsibilities.
Too many of them. Welcome, Francis. Thanks so much for joining. Appreciate you joining here on the HD Melbourne Aviation live stream in Melbourne.
Rain is closing in too.
The rain is on its way. Another group of rain. I don't know what the plural for rain is.
Another cell of rain.
Another storm is on its way. Alright, Qatar has to turn now. Oh no. And Qatar's not turning. Oh boy. Alright, I think we're getting the worst of it now. Oh, it's got one more chance there. It's a heavy U-turn though. Tim, yes, working from home does have its perks for sure. It has a few downfalls. We've all for people, especially in Melbourne, have experienced it over the last couple of years, but definitely now when everyone's going back to work, sometimes it is always nice to just work from home in the comfort of the house.
It's not turning.
Oh boy, looks like Qatar is not turning. That was pretty much its final chance to turn left and do a U-turn to come back to 3-4, so I'm assuming it'll go 2-7. Oh no.
Melbourne is not friendly this afternoon.
Francis asks, is there any Cathay Pacific there? There is one about to land on runway 27. We'll see it taxi past, but that's about it.
Let's go back to our ray of hope here, the Atlas.
The Atlas is our last ray of hope here. It's shut its doors again.
Doors are shut.
Tim, the rain plural is just rain. I think we made it too complicated there, trying to find some other word for it.
I think we need to go back to our grammar school.
Yes.
And Steve has joined. Hey Steve, how's it going? As you can see, we've got a nice 400 here of the Atlas.
Yes.
Surprised you're not out to get some shots of it. Now Tim, that would be a surprise.
This would be a massive, if it went 1-6. Qatar filed 1-6 departure. It can't be. But the wind.
The wind.
Should I check ATIS? I was gonna say it could go 1-6, but I didn't want to sound like an idiot. But if it's a possibility, then maybe I should have said it.
Go 1-6, Max. Just taking the taxiway then.
Oh, why did it turn left? And now right. Oh.
Is it saying 1-6?
7 minutes ago, it's just saying 2-7.
Stairs are moved from Atlas, so we've got some positive news on that one. So let's dart back over to that car.
Yeah, let's move across to that. Yeah. That's 100% going 1-6. That's correct, Tim. Taking off in the wind is for rookie. Into the wind is for rookies. Only pros take off with the wind. That's correct. You have to be a true hero to take off with the wind. You have to be a pro.
It's actually going 1-6.
That's crazy.
That's unusual. I wonder where Atlas is going to go. 1-6.
Oh, maybe.
I'm not against it.
No.
It's a nice spray as it comes down the runway. Except that, oh god, that Qatar plane.
Yeah, look, it's filed a 1-6 departure.
No kidding.
Wow.
I didn't know the wind switched that much.
I needed to see it to believe it, but I've just looked on FlightAware and it's filed for 1-6. That is incredible. Thanks for letting us know, Melbourne Plane Spotting 380. But wow, that is beyond what we expected. A runway reverse, a reverse ops.
I think we've got to check the Atlas.
Yes.
Let's see what that's saying. Oh, and Vietnam as well. We can't forget about the Vietnam.
Oh, we
350
cannot forget about the Vietnam 350.
Which apparently is delayed until now.
Oh, right.
Perfect. Oh, everything is
It's
just...
delayed a little bit.
The Atlas has filed for 1.6.
That's right. What is the windsock? The windsock's usually quite far away from you. Where is it?
Over there. And Vietnam has filed for 1.6.
Right.
Okay. So essentially, what I'm getting from this is
What
they've
I'm
switched to 1.6.
Gaining, yeah. But ATIS updated only like 10 minutes ago and said 2.7. So
I
they've...
have some good news for you.
And that is?
If you just take a look on the screen there, we've got some great news.
Oh, look who's pushing back.
It's got the Vietnam A350
Oh,
VN780 to Ho Chi Minh City. This is actually great. And then the Atlas Air has just got its beacon on now.
Beautiful. So that'll push back in a second and hopefully go to 1.6.
Yes, so we'll grab those three and then we'll wrap the stream up for today.
I believe so, yes.
I think we've done quite well.
Yes, and Francis Ergina says, I love your vids. It's like a daily activity of mine to do. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. It is absolutely awesome for your support. Yes, we definitely post enough for it to be pretty much a daily activity to watch. So please continue to keep watching our videos and hopefully as many streams as we can over the next month in Australia and then onto the world. And Aravar, see you guys coming to Auckland anytime soon. Hopefully soon, maybe by the end of the year or start of next year for sure. Trying to find the right time and when it gets the busiest.
Yes, I think December, I'm going to try and give it a go. It does depend on the flights. I know it's a very busy time. And also, yeah, next year, like brushing over that, we could be doing some US.
A lot of trips.
Yes, Max and I could be doing some big ones over in the United States, doing some streaming, doing some 4K filming. Lots of streaming, so that could be good fun. And Tim, let's check that windsock while we have the time, while Qatar's still taxiing up to the end of the runway there.
I can't see it.
I'll get it nice and close on the camera there.
I know it's over there somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, 3-4.
It's not even blowing that much, but it's blowing in the 3-4 direction. So the fact that they're using 1.6 is beyond me.
Not against it.
I'm not against it, no.
And just to reiterate again, if you are enjoying the stream, do make sure to give it a like. We're in our final probably 15 minutes of the stream now.
Yes.
Before the Atlas departure and the Vietnam departure as well. If you do want to see more, our schedule is very, very sporadic. It's all weather and runway forecast based, as Melbourne is a lot more exciting when they're using a certain direction as opposed to 2.7. So do make sure to hit that subscribe button and also click the bell notification so you can be up to date with when we do go live, and you'll be notified on when we have a live stream scheduled, as we tend to only do it maybe 12 hours to even 6 hours before we actually will go live. And most importantly, it is free. And it will help us out a ton. And Royal Brunei will be going to Bandar Seri Begawan, which is the capital of the country of Brunei, which is a very small little country that's wedged in between the Malaysian borders. And Montreal is going to be next year. Very much looking forward to that, probably towards August, September. Looking forward to catching some of those 737-200s. Yes, and there's that Cathay 777 that unfortunately went down runway 27 instead of 34, but now...
The runways earlier, it would have come 16.
Yeah, if only. And yes, we are still live, but we are getting towards the end of the stream now.
A few more departures and then I think we will wrap it up.
That's right, a few more departures, then it will all be wrapped up, as that's pretty much the morning rush done. And Diamond Cutter 23 asks, do we live far from Melbourne Airport? I don't, but Max does. I live only 20 minutes away, so for Australian standards, that's quite close.
Yeah, definitely for Melbourne Airport as well. Melbourne Airport's kind of in the middle of nowhere in a way. It's not too far from the city, probably about a 20-minute drive from the CBD, which a lot of airports are pretty close to the city. I know some around the world are quite far. It just depends on the terrain, and for Melbourne, it's a 20-minute drive, which feels about an hour drive. But yeah, I live about, on a good day, 35-minute drive if I'm driving at 4 in the morning, or 5 in the morning like I did this morning. But on a bad day when there's traffic, especially at peak hour, it can take up to an hour and a half to drive out here. It's a pretty heavy distance. I think it's about 40 kilometers or so.
And we've got that Qatar taking off, Max.
Oh, here we go.
Flight info for it.
Yes.
It's going to Adelaide, so it's probably going to rotate quite early.
Yes, for sure. It is Qatar 988 off to Adelaide and then off to Doha. And like most, it just seems to be sitting on the runway. I think that's been a common theme today. Taxing on and then just sitting there.
Getting comfortable.
Yeah, getting comfortable. Here we go.
Honestly, rotated in the perfect spot.
I know, that was stunning. That was awesome.
And we can see Atlas is now on the move. A final catch of the stream.
Yes. Behind the Vietnam 350.
And Tim asks, did we ever get to do the Sydney Airport tarmac tour before it shut down due to security? Unfortunately, I haven't. I don't think Max has either. But
I did not get to do the tour.
just trying to figure out what this Atlas is doing.
Oh, okay. That is not the right way.
That's not quite 1.6.
And it's very confusing because this Vietnam is going to go to 1.6, but the QF330 that's just taking off there went 2.7.
Well,
I mean, it's only to Sydney, but
So this Atlas,
Using operators, I think they're having a fight up there between the 27 operator and the 3416 operator.
so there's a bit of a brawl going on, which is why the 1.6 guy
Yeah.
swooped in.
That's it. But this
So
Atlas is...
it must be going up there to do a U-turn. That's the only thing I can think of.
probably didn't have enough space to do anything else.
Yeah, that's really,
It's taxing pretty fast.
yeah. So it mustn't be
should
taking
just
off.
be doing a U-turn.
And Francis asks, are you going to go to Manila to plane spot next time? I do plan to go to Manila hopefully next month, along with Jakarta. So that should be great fun. It would be great to go back to Manila. It's been quite a few years. It's like since the beginning of the pandemic since I've been over there. And properly entered the country. I've transited a couple of times so far, but it would be good to do some plane spotting, catch some of the newer stuff there. I think the A330 Neos from Cebu are going to be a really great addition. And yeah, Atlas seems to be heading to 3.4. Like, has it refiled? I'm so confused.
Into flight aware.
Welcome to Melbourne, I guess.
Welcome to Melbourne. This is what we have to deal with as spotters here. This is like all of us waiting out for that Atlas 744 that was taking the Manchester United players. It had a broken nose gear and it sat there for hours. We were all waiting, and then it decided at the worst lighting possible to go on 27.
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right. And yes, it is filed for 3.4.
Okay.
So I think it's
Right.
going to wait for this Vietnam to go, and then they're going to switch back.
Okay. That's
just
fine.
Melbourne.
That's just
that
Melbourne.
has Melbourne written all over it.
And Justin, you're just in time, because we have the Vietnam A350 departure coming up, and the Atlas 747, which is doing some weird stuff at the moment, going up 3.4 and taking off towards where the Vietnam Airlines is going to be taking off as well, which is really weird. Like, some really strange runway configs this morning.
Yeah, and that Vietnam looks like it's stopped in tracks.
What?
Yeah.
It has.
Let's have a look. Maybe it's
are they
decided a second last chance to... Oh no, it's too far up to go to 27 now.
It will taxi down and go to 3.4. That's probably
It'll
what
go all the
will
way
do.
up, taxi on the runway, and then get off.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that's literally what it will do.
Oh goodness, this is one hectic day of spotting. Maybe Atlas will go first.
Maybe. Everything just seems to be sitting around.
Because there's no chance now for that Vietnam to U-turn unless it goes on a runway.
Yeah,
It's last taxiway.
you'd have to go on the runway to be able to do that. There you go. Look at that. The double Qantas A321s there. The postal ones. Slowly but surely replacing the classic 737s, unfortunately, but
Yes, that's correct.
and yes, the Global Express. I think it just landed over there on runway 27. I'll get that in shot for you, Justin. There it is. So that came in on runway 27 a little bit earlier on.
I believe that the Vietnam has filed for a 3-4 departure. But I don't know how true that is. That looks like a 3-4 departure, doesn't it? Or would you call that 1-6? I don't know.
That looks like 3-4, but a bit
looks a bit
weird.
off.
Yeah, very off.
Weird.
So essentially,
Oh boy.
what? So I think they're going to taxi it down 1.6 and back around to 3-4. That just seems not practical.
Well, it can do a loop back here.
Oh, look at that, Qatar Cargo's landing in 30 minutes. Oh boy.
By the time these two take off, we'll probably still be here.
Yeah, you know what? Probably will. I think we should move the thing forwards a little bit.
Yep. Alright.
Ready?
Yep.
There we go. Perfect. Now we can get those rotations. It was always a little bit concerning because it was quite close. If the Vietnam was too heavy, we wouldn't have been able to get it. And Jack could not agree more. Really does boost my moves as well, seeing Melbourne getting a lot better. It was looking fairly grim for quite a while.
It was very hard to watch Melbourne sort of deplete over 2020 and 2021, especially sort of towards the start of 2021 and the end of 2020. It was definitely hard to watch, but I'm glad that it's getting back to what it used to be at somewhat capacity.
That's it, slowly but surely. Obviously the morning rush isn't quite what it was. I think in December it's going to be a bit better because we're going to have more United frequencies. The Qantas A380's been pushed back, unfortunately, to March.
Yes.
For the LA flights.
Oh boy.
But I think the only thing that we really will be missing would be the mainland Chinese carriers. I think China Southern might send 380s back in December.
Yes.
At least I've heard rumors of it, so I'm not too sure if that's actually going to pan out that way. And what's going on with the Vietnam?
Let's have a look.
Let's have a squiz. I can't actually see it.
Looks like it's getting filing onto 16. Looks like it's about to taxi on. Okay. Can't seem to see it though.
I guess we'll wait for that to pop up on screen there. I mean, I've never actually seen it like this at Melbourne. This is something else.
I've been spotting here for like 6-7 years now. I've never seen this.
Yeah, this is really unusual. And Justin, yeah, you're absolutely right. It is a very, very unusual day. And hello from Brazil, tuning in from the other side of the world.
Literally again.
Literally again. Hopefully it's nice over there at the moment. It's been a wet, dreary, miserable morning.
It is Vietnam.
Is it departing?
Let's see if it decides to take off or taxi.
Yeah, I can't figure it out anymore.
I have to keep the camera ready.
The camera is ready.
Ready for anything at this point.
That's it, literally anything.
I think if it was going to come back to 3-4, I would have taken the right-hand taxiway and done a loop that way.
Nah, it'd have to go onto the runway. So it's either going to take off or it's just going to taxi back. I mean, it looks like it's going to take off.
Yeah, it does look
like the way it just turned there. Unfortunately, we can't actually show that on camera because there is a pole in the way. Oh, actually, we can. Oh, there you go. Like, it is just sitting there. To me, that looks like it's waiting for takeoff clearance, because if it was going to taxi,
it would have been cleared to taxi.
It would just slowly taxi, because now it's waiting for something on 27. So I think it's going to go off 16.
Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, it sounds like it's revving up a bit. Here's the Atlas moving now. Everything's starting to move. That's definitely going to go 3-4.
There we go. But Max, the question is, do we get Qatar Cargo? Do we try to get to Qatar Cargo?
What if it goes 27?
What if it goes 3-4?
Oh god. What if it goes 16? What if it goes 09?
What if it gets diverted? We don't know.
What if it goes back to Sydney or something? Anything's possible. We have no idea. You can never predict anything at this airport.
And hello everyone who's just joined from Montreal, from Perth, from Mexico. That's awesome. Look, three wonderful diverse
yeah,
destinations right there. That's brilliant. All centralized here watching some Melbourne. It's great to see. Hope you guys are enjoying. And you've come at a great time. We have a 747 taking off in just a moment. We also have...
That could just...
That is true.
Anything could happen.
Anything could happen. And we also have the Vietnam Airlines A350, which is lined up there on runway 16. So that should either depart or taxi off the runway. But I'm
that VA73 that it was waiting for, so let's see what it does here.
Let's see. If you see an immense amount of water being kicked up, we know it's taking
We know
off.
it's taking off, but if it's slow and steady, it's definitely taxiing. Let's wait and find out.
Oh, that's quite cool, actually. Look what Justin said. He watched that private jet take off on the... Oh, there you go. Water. One sec, guys. Jeez, that sounded good.
This is definitely a stream for the ages. Everything is happening today. We are getting a mixed bag. We're getting runway changes. We're getting reverse ops. We're getting a 1-6 takeoff while there's a cargo holding short for 3-4. This has been a weird. We're getting rain. Everything is happening today.
Very, very peculiar. Now just wait for that Atlas Air to get onto the runway. We'll just have a quick
squiz where Qatar cargo is.
Let's see how far away it is. Okay, it's 26 minutes.
I wish that Qatar Cargo 74 came to Melbourne instead of going to Avalon.
Wouldn't that be nice? There should be another one tonight, because that's operating the delayed service. Well, that was meant to come last night. They're just a little bit behind.
That's it. And Veranda SB says, "Hey, love the work. Which car park in Melbourne can I get this view? I'm currently a maintenance engineer trainee at Melbourne." That's awesome to hear, mate. I'm glad you're doing some training here, becoming an engineer. That is awesome to hear. This looks like the Atlas is on the move. But this is the Terminal 4 car park, so it's the car park for Jetstar and Rex, the budget airlines. So you can come up here to level 7 if it's not raining, or level 6 if it is, and get an awesome view that we've got here right now. A 1-6 takeoff followed by a 3-4 takeoff. Something I don't think I've seen in a while, especially when it's this close. Sometimes the runways obviously do change, but no, this is quick succession for sure. Especially if they're both taxiing at the same time.
Oh, absolutely.
Today, get on the runway and just hold still. Just wait. For what though? 27 departure just happened, so surely it's maybe there's another arrival on 27.
They just wait for the rain.
and arriving from Canberra, JST655.
And Max, what do we do? Are we ending the stream after Atlas, or do we wait the 20 minutes for the Qatar cargo and see where it goes? What do we do?
Oh, tough question. It's up to you, Mr. Producer. It is your call.
It's a miracle that went full length.
I know. It was awesome to see. Another thing relating back to the coming up to Terminal 4 to do some spotting, just a quick notice. If you're bringing a car, it can be very expensive. So if you are coming to spot at Terminal 4, just be aware that it can be very expensive for parking. I've fallen for it where there's like cut-off times. I think an hour is $15, 2 hours is 30, and you go a minute over and they'll charge you for the next hour. So
Yeah, you got a free 15 minutes.
yes, you get a free 15 minutes if you come for 15 and done the whole drive up and drive down.
Classic. Back in the in 2021, I remember
Yes.
we came out for a day and we were trying to do T4,
Trying to do T4 without paying.
and I think we went up and down about 20 different times.
Probably, yeah.
Timing it for one plane.
Yeah. And Justin, yes, the Melbourne to Adelaide is a little bit odd. It's but it is once it lands in Adelaide, it'll depart off to Doha. It's a bit of a stopover, which is weird because it's only an hour flight to Adelaide from here, so it's a quick stopover.
Well, it's all just to get access for a second flight.
That's it. Yeah.
Like, they didn't even go out with passengers. I'm pretty sure it's just a ferry flight.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think they have fifth freedom.
Yeah, probably not. Yes, airport parking equals expensive. Airport everything equals expensive. I bought Matt and myself a coffee a few hours ago, about an hour after the stream started. Cost two medium-sized coffees was about 12 Australian dollars, which is an absolute joke.
Just going to wait to see where that Qatar cargo is going to go.
If it goes to 27, then people call the stream early. But if it comes on 3-4 or 1-6 at this rate, we'll catch it. Concorde crashed. Yes, that is a great idea. Bringing a thermos full of instant coffee. We should have done that this morning. We definitely needed that coffee this morning, but yeah, we were a bit rushed this morning trying to get out here, so I had to just make a quick sprint down to get some coffees, and it was way too expensive. So I will definitely be following your advice from there on. And Tim Mark says, I'm just catching up with the chats here. Tim Mark says, is the runway 16 spotting picnic area still there? It is. It's under a bit of construction at the moment. I drove past there a couple of weeks ago. I think they're just resurfacing it a little bit. They're resurfacing the car park, but it's still there. The ice cream truck is always there. So it's definitely a great spot to come to and watch the planes fly over. It's great for photography as well if you want to do some plane spotting at the car park on Sunbury Road. Yeah, at Nigel Kirby, it was supposed to do the Canberra flight as well, but they cancelled it a couple days before it was supposed to start and have pushed it back. And not sure if that'll even happen at this rate, so we'll wait and see. But yeah, that Qatar-Canberra route has been put off a few times now, I believe. Got some friends up in Canberra who are not happy about it. Tim, yes, definitely a good idea to take the kids out to the runway 16 car park. That ice cream truck, I think it lives there. It is always there. In rain, hail or shine, that ice cream truck never fails to be there. Absolutely a good idea to go out there. Pick a nice warm day, don't pick it too hot, otherwise it's super hazy and you get easily sunburnt. But for sure, pick a nice day to go out and have a look. Melbourne plane spotting 380. Are you guys going to keep streaming till Qatar cargo comes? Yes, that is what we plan to do. We're not sure whether it'll go 27 or 34 or even 16 or 09 or just not land at all. We have no idea at this point. It's downwind at the moment. If it turns on for 27, then I think we'll end the stream. But if it lands on 34, then we'll grab it and that will be the end. So either way, Qatar cargo is the end of the stream. So few minutes to go, we'll wait and see where it's going.
That's right, yep. A few more minutes and we'll see what happens.
Tim says nothing like a bit of salmonella to go with some spotting. Yeah, I mean the ice cream truck's always there, but I wouldn't trust it, to be honest. I think it's there too often for it to be trustworthy. Where is the Qatar cargo?
Qatar cargo is still flying downwind.
Still downwind. That's the one problem about Melbourne, is it flies downwind and then it gets to a certain spot and it goes, alright, we'll pick 16 or we'll pick 27 or we'll pick 34. It's very frustrating. It's a last second split decision. But if you haven't already, while we're waiting for this Qatar cargo, this is the perfect time to make sure you click that subscribe button. It is completely free and it goes to supports our channel. And also make sure you click the like button and turn the notifications on. We've said plenty of times that we're yet to have a schedule for Melbourne streams. And with lots of travel, it can be very hard to schedule streams as well. So you have to click that notification button. That will tell you when we schedule a live or when we go live. So make sure you do all that. It really goes a long way. We really appreciate every single one of you who clicks the subscribe, the like, the notification button, where it sounds like a broken record, but it really does go a long way in helping us grow and provide more of this to you. And if you want to be extra supportive, please consider becoming a channel member. You get exclusive perks. I think it starts from $1.99 a month is the lowest, ranging up to I think $10 a month. And you get some exclusive perks depending on which membership you decide to purchase. So please consider that. But the stream will always be free for anyone to come and watch. So tell all your friends to come and watch the HD stream. And hello, Cooking with Coops. And Dennis, yes, hurry, go to Avalon. The Qatar 748 is coming, yes. I think Matt might be making that journey down. It's a long day for me to drive down there and then drive back all the way home. It's about... Yeah, once I get back, I gotta drive home, and it'll be peak hour as well. Probably it'll be the end of peak hour. It'll be a long drive. Oh boy. Qatar has filed a 1-6 arrival. Oh boy. Well, I don't trust a lot of these filings, but you've been pretty spot on today, Melbourne Plane Spotting 380. So I'll trust your instincts here. And Concord Crash says, "No, my friends are interested in aviation." It's pretty similar with us. Pretty much everyone that I am friends with that's interested in aviation, I met by starting up doing photography and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, a lot of my external friends most of them don't even know that I do it. So yeah, it's definitely it can be a bit strange at times, but there's always plenty of people to meet. And that's correct, Mark. That's correct, Tim. In response to Mark, it is not warm today. It was a little bit mild this morning, but it's really gotten cold into this afternoon. Oh, and Qatar, hold on. What came before? China Airlines did the same thing. So we gotta wait for it to actually be down at Caroline Springs before we can say it's going 3-4. Assad, yes. You know it's Melbourne when the runway filings are just as unpredictable as the weather. That is 100% spot on. Everything in Melbourne is very unpredictable. Qatar turning right, Tim, means hopefully 3-4. Should come all the way down over Caroline Springs and then loop back near sort of Port Melbourne area and then come on final and land on runway 34. But China Airlines did the same thing before and then loop back towards 27, so we'll have to wait and see. And Justin, yes, that is a nice Royal Brunei 787. They do not come to Sydney. They go to very minimal places and they sort of pick a place and stick to it. They don't really expand too much as far as I'm aware. But it's a beautiful plane. It's a very edgy airline for sure. Beautiful tail. Not sure how much of a fan I am of the grey underbelly.
Yeah, it looks like you've definitely got it 1-6 there, Max.
1-6.
I'm sorry, 3-4.
Oh right, yeah, 3-4. All right, well, hope the news at the moment: Qatar Cargo is 777 freighter is going to come to runway 34. It's very hard to spot it from here in this sky, but we'll do our best. There it is. Nope, that's the departure of, I think it should be next to it. There it is, in the distance over there. Will make its way down and then loop back around for a runway 34 arrival.
And that will finish off today's stream.
Yeah, Justin, that's correct. I think Royal Brunei just sort of picks corners of the planet and flies there. They don't really expand too much. They just sort of pick a corner and then fly there. Now we wait.
The Air New Zealand 777 will unfortunately take off on runway 27, so it's not really going to be worth it for the stream. It's not going to go right in front of us, it's going to go on the runway we don't really get much review of.
And Pampus asks, yo, is there any ANZ departures arrivals today that you could spot? Well, the Air New Zealand 777 arrived on runway 27 and will 99% sure take off on runway 27. So we weren't able to get that, but we have seen a couple of the 320 Neos that have come on runway 34 earlier this morning, a few hours back. But from now, I don't believe there's any others going besides that 777 that will go runway 27. So we won't be around for that. Melbourne Plane Spotting 380, thanks so much for joining, mate. Hope you have a great day. Hope the rain stays away from us now. And thanks for all the the filing information, keeping us updated. You've been pretty much spot on today, so appreciate it. Appreciate you joining and supporting us today. Yes, Pam Poos, that Air New Zealand 777 is here at the moment. From your home. And Deepa Batra says, can you come to do plane spotting in Auckland? We're getting American and Air Canada and United. Yes, we will. Hopefully in, I think, December, maybe January or Feb. We're definitely planning to do Auckland. Be awesome to get a few streams and lots of spotting there for some 4K footage. So stay tuned for that towards the end of the year. It's crazy how fast the end of the year has crept up. It's already almost the middle of October. Felt like you left for your Europe trip in, what was it, end of August, about a week ago. Yeah, super quick. And hello from Taipei, welcome to the stream. We're almost done. We're just waiting for Qatar Cargo 777 to land here on runway 34 at Melbourne, and then we'll be wrapping up. Yes, China Airlines out there parked. It landed not too long ago, but unfortunately it was deviled by the runway 27. It was stolen from us, which is very frustrating. And that's correct. Qatar Cargo is now on final, just making its final left-hand bank over the sort of Port Melbourne area, pretty much next to the CBD, and will make its on final approach into runway 34 to wrap up our stream with a banger.
Aside from that, there's not too much going on here.
Yeah, this is always the dead part of Melbourne's day.
This is why we always wrap the stream up before 12.
Yeah, that's it. Even in pre-COVID, I remember coming out, you'd spot all morning, and then around 11:30 everything would stop. You'd go and have lunch for a couple of hours, and around 2:33 it all picked up again.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how it's always been here. Everyone takes their lunch breaks at the same time.
And no, we don't get American here in Melbourne. In fact, they're struggling to hold on to their Sydney route at the moment with the aircraft sort of constraints at the moment. They were talking about doing something with Melbourne, maybe taking over the Qantas. The second daily back pre-COVID Melbourne to LAX flight. However, that's sort of all changed now, and now the Qantas is going to be doing a Melbourne to Dallas. I won't expect to see American here anytime soon. Not even in like the near future, not even the short term, medium term. Hopefully Delta at one day. Yeah, we're going to have what, two daily soon. San Francisco and LA.
United's only, what's it now at the moment? Like
three weekly.
3 weekly, yeah. Oh,
yeah, it's going to be a huge increase.
Well. It's not coming today.
Yeah, no, not today. I think it's tomorrow, Saturday. Thursday, Saturday, Tuesday.
Yeah, I believe
think
that's right. Yeah, it's every Saturday. Those days.
Or it's Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. I don't know which one.
It's one of them.
One of them. It might actually be Sunday.
Probably.
So I can see that Qatar now.
That is correct. It is coming from Kuala Lumpur.
And what's the flight number? QR 8
Good question.
something 80.
It's always an 8. 8058.
8058.
Here we go. The last movement of the stream.
An absolute brilliant stream today. And glad we stayed, Max. The weather.
Yes, it cleared up, which is nice.
Yeah, it's done us all right. Just gotta wait for that to emerge from behind the wall here.
What a way to end the stream. What a beautiful approach there. A nice landing in that Qatar cargo.
It just made it look really misty.
It does look very misty. It looks a bit foggy even.
It looks kind of like rain,
Yeah.
even though it's sunny.
Yeah, that's Melbourne for you.
Oh god.
The rain when it's sunny. I'm not surprised. It started raining the other day when it was beautiful. There was no cloud in Sydney.
Yeah, I was in Sydney.
In Sydney, it started raining for about 5 minutes when it was absolutely beautiful outside. It's very weird. It's a very Australian thing to do.
Yeah. The Australian climate.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that wraps us up for today, I think.
Yes, that'll be the end of the stream, and awesome. I think we've gone for just over 6 hours.
Yes, we have.
Awesome.
Smashed the 6 hour mark.
Beautiful.
So we'll hopefully do another 6 hour stream or so in a couple days.
A couple days time would be
Yeah.
awesome.
And always the morning rush because it's the most busy.
Yes, definitely. And hopefully the weather clears up a little bit. It's definitely a challenge today. It was nice this morning, but ruined. And then of course when we're ending the stream, it's pretty nice again. There's no rain.
Blue skies even.
Like a little bit of rain, but nothing too atrocious.
No, nothing too atrocious at all. That's all right. We will see over the next few days if we can do a different spot as well.
Yes, for sure. Hopefully a different spot. If the weather's nice, we can maybe head out to Ops Road or something like that, and get a different angle so it's not just T4 shots. For all of you.
Exactly. Anyway, everybody, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you in the next one. If you haven't already, do make sure to subscribe to the channel to know when that is going to be, as we plan in a couple of days, but if the weather is really atrocious, we're not going to be doing it. We'll just have to play it by ear, really.
That's it.
But in the